University of Dar es Salaam ground. We have our third match on this ground. Uganda is taking on Nigeria, and right now the countries are going through their particular national anthems, starting with the national anthem for Nigeria. Welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam ground, where Nigeria will be taking on Uganda in this U19 World Cup qualifier encounter. Earlier on, my colleague John Mukokwe was out in the middle with the two captains, and here's what happened at the toss. That was the news from the middle. Uganda winning the toss and electing to bat first. The first time Uganda is having an opportunity to have a crack at it in the tournament. Their first game against the Namibians was washed out. Contrasting fortunes in the two teams. Uganda looking to pick up a win and try and keep up with the top teams. Nigeria seeking a comeback after being on the wrong end of the result yesterday, losing by 9 wickets to Sierra Leone. Look at that Ugandan team there. The key players for them, Gerald Olipia, one of the players who have come out up in Anas Beig, Joseph Baguma and Pius Soloka have all made their debuts for the senior cricket Cranes team. So those are key players. And the man who's opening the bowling for Nigeria as well has played for the Yellow Greens, Mr. Prosper Useni, and will get us underway. My name is Dennis Musali, and I'll be doing commentary today alongside John Mukokwe. John, welcome, and what do you make of the game today?
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, viewers out there all over the world where you may be. Dennis, I think it's a very exciting encounter. I must say it's a beautiful weather. Uganda surprisingly choosing to bat. Interesting decision. Having had a look at the wicket, I must say it was one that I find that it did look like it'll play fairly okay, better than yesterday's wicket, in the sense that it just looks a bit less abrasive. So it should be an interesting game. Heavy defeat for Nigeria, of course, yesterday. It's going to be key that they pick themselves up off the ground and show a bit of character today and come back. Uganda will be hoping to keep them down, obviously.
Character is a big word, especially if in underage cricket. These are very young men. They are still on a path to having very successful careers. But of course, people like Prosper Useni have tasted success, especially with the Yellow Greens, and was also part of the U19 team, not in the playing squad, but was part of the team when they went to the World Cup in 2020. So he's been there, done that. You feel that he has a bit of experience.
100%. He's got lovely delivery. Prosper bowled extremely well yesterday without any luck. Beat the edge quite a bit. Bowled with a lot of venom in his delivery. Bowled such a heavy ball. Out in the middle, we've got the umpires, Lauren Agenberg from South Africa. Of course, she's also umpired in the Women's World Cup. A lot of experience from her. And then we've got David Awiambo from Kenya. Third umpire for the day, Rocky DeMello. He was out in the toss with us today from Kenya.
Yeah, the man who's out there in the middle facing up against Prosper Useni. Ronald O'Mara was part of the team at the U19 World Cup in the West Indies. So he has a bit of experience as well. One of the key players for the team, wicketkeeper batter himself. So big things expected of him. 50 over cricket, again, I mentioned it yesterday. You always have a lot of time, but for the young ones, they play a lot of 20 over cricket these days. So sometimes they want to get on with the job quickly. Was disastrous for Nigeria when they tried to do that yesterday.
Yeah, they got caught in that web of just really keep going hard at the ball. Oh, lovely delivery. Great carry. Prosper, marquee player for them. Really, really is a gun player for the Nigerians with the ball and the bat.
What would be his role in the team? Is it to be the enforcer of things, pick up wickets?
Yeah, you know, sometimes even when the team is down in the middle overs, he'll come in a spell in the 33rd over or something like that, and he'll generate a lot of pace, get 2 or 3 wickets for the skipper. So he plays different roles, but he is the enforcer. Even with the bat, he changes the game. If he bats for about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, the game, he just turns it on its head. So he is someone that they really rely on for that. Paul Palm, the opener, is also another individual who'd like to get on with it. Oh, see a misfield. First runs of the day. Uganda underway.
Yeah, Prosper, they are not very happy. You can see hands on the hips here from him, trying to give that fielder a stare down because very disappointed. End of the first over, just 1 run of it.
You see that the Nigerian U19 squad, we do see, as we said, Ridwan, the captain, he's moved up to number 4. He's an all-rounder, tremendous leg spinner for them. Prosper Utseni, opening bowler, tremendous batsman. Those are some of the key players. Of course, as well, Salim Salau, opening batter. Some of the individuals that are there that really, really are key marquee players for them. Emmanuel Udeke, the opening bowler, coming on now. He bowls tremendous pace. As you see the points table, Namibia sitting pretty on top. The heavy defeat over Tanzania yesterday, that took them to 2.12 in net run rate, and they've got their third 3 points, of course, with the washout on day 1. Sierra Leone, massive defeat to Nigeria, a bit of an upset. They also have a huge net run rate of 2.69, puts them in second position with 2 points. And then the rest of the teams today, they'll be looking to fire. Untidy, should go all the way to the boundary. Oh yeah, misfield, but does get to the boundary. Really, really untidy start. That sees Uganda moving to 5 without loss. And that's the kind of thing, unfortunately, as we see the keeper just letting that one through his legs. And that's the kind of thing that they were really, really untidy. Salim Salau letting that one go through his legs. It was very, very messy in the outfield. Their ground fielding was something that was a talking point yesterday. And they've started the same way today. They've continued the trend, as we saw the first runs of the game coming off a misfield, and now all the runs actually off the game at the moment coming off misfield. So they'll need to do better than that as a unit, because those are controllables.
Yeah, you can see the captain just running over there to Idokwe, trying to tell him maybe, John, you and I are wicket keepers, and I'll be very disappointed that the first ball go through the keeper's pads.
Much better. Obviously, Gali.
Because I mean, as a keeper, you need to you've kept for so long against this bowler, so you need to know maybe I need to start a little bit back, and if it's not carrying very well, try and use your pads to stop it, make an adjustment, move in a little bit. But as a keeper, you're the engine of the team. If balls are going through you, then the rest of the guys will get no confidence from you.
Yeah, he's just made an adjustment. He's come up slightly. Let's hope he will have a better take. And he is someone that I did have a look at, Salim Salau, in Nigeria for the Division 2 qualifiers. And he tends to really be the one that likes to form a base. He just plants, and then he dives to the right or the left. He's not the kind of keepers that shuffle their legs across. So that is a weakness in his game that potentially he can work at. But he's only under 19. He can get better over time.
The more you play, the better you become.
Yeah.
Simple as that. No two ways about it.
Yeah.
Better come back there from Udekwe. the key here for the Nigerians. The bounce already very good, so means that there's value for shots. If you hang in there, you just need to hang in there for as long as possible. No rush shots.
Another individual, obviously, Abdul Ridwan is going to be the captain of Nigeria. Abdul Karim Ridwan is someone that also, I wonder how long he'll keep his seamers going. Ooh, lovely delivery. Great bounce from Udekwe. So how long he'll just, be patient with these seamers and give them a good spell. Yesterday he did really take them on when they were really in good rhythm, good pace. They hadn't conceded much, and he brought himself on. And that's where the game really, really turned on its head for them and got away from him. So you need to give your seamers just a bit of time. He's got some great seamers in his side. Just let them get into their work as well.
Yeah, but I think yesterday they were working on very few runs. 73. We're not going to hang around trying to defend 73 from 300 balls. So you have to do everything to make sure that you try and pick up wickets.
Oh, whoa. Lovely delivery, clean bowled. Udeko with the spearing Yorker. Lots of venom, lots of excitement from the young men. Passionate celebrations. Nigeria on the board, 5-4-1 Uganda.
Yeah, very good stuff there from Udekwe, beaten by the pace, Ronald O'Mara. Beautiful ball in the block hole. He had no answers for that one, trying to play on the up. The ball going under his butt and rattling the stumps. Oh, Nigeria on the money already. So, shearing pace there from, came back into Ronald O'Mara and then no answers for that. Beautiful delivery there from Udekwe to pick up the first wicket. Uganda now 5-1. You see that again, that a beautiful delivery there from Udekwe. Just coming back into Ronald O'Mara. He had no room, he couldn't make the adjustment. The ball taking out the middle stump. The pace bowler today, the pace bowling clearly, Prosper was a bit more defensive, trying to control the runs. But Udekwe has come out here to attack the stumps, and that ball bringing the stumps into play and picking up that wicket. End of the second, Uganda 5-1. The new batter for Team Uganda is Anas Beg. Anas Beg, a son of the former captain of the Cricket Cranes, Akbar Beg. And I'm sure the father is watching nervously right now.
Ooh. You see, it's going to be important because as well, as you see that one bouncing, that ball was quite a short delivery, bouncing just before the keeper. It's going to be important that Salim comes a few steps up as well, because he sets the tone for the slip fielders as well. And you want those catches to carry. Much better delivery. We were just having a conversation, Dennis, about the captain Ridwan keeping his seamers going. Obviously, after that wicket, that will give him encouragement. Yesterday, we saw Sierra Leone, John Bangura giving his seamers 6 overs each up front, and it was wondering why would he do that. But they were bowling so well, and they kept the pressure really, really hot. Got rid of the openers.
Yeah, if it's not broken, why are you trying to fix it?
Yeah, I think it's important to be patient in these conditions with your seamers. Age down to third man for 1.
Yeah, the young Gerald Olipa has been in some form. His bigger brother Rogers Olipa has played for the Cricket Cranes. It's very. If I show you some photos of Gerald, you will not believe them, Jonan, because maybe I'm growing very old. But Gerald was such a young boy a couple of years ago, and all of a sudden he's grown into a very, very strong young boy, very good batter, big potential, and he's never afraid. So I hope that he's one for the future as well, especially at the top of the order.
Dennis, I'm always excited when I see keepers at the top of the order. Of course, that is impatient start by Beg, wanting to feel bat on ball, beaten outside off stump.
Yeah, again, I would just say that maybe it's because the guys play a lot of T20 cricket where you have to offer a lot of shots, but you should know that you can leave as many balls as possible in 50 over cricket, and they won't cost the team.
You know, it's the psychology of a leave as well. Batters need to understand it. It gets into the bowlers and they feel like they need to do something now, and you bring them closer into you where you want them to be, and then you can play around from your stumps then. It gives you that nice feel of bat on ball.
Yeah, buzz ball is becoming a problem. You know, Ben Duckett scoring 93 without leaving anything.
Ooh, well ridden to get off the mark, Beg. Very, very well played that short of length ball.
Yeah, very good stuff there from Big, right on top of the ball, using soft hands to just run it down to third man to get off the mark. Good carry again, getting a lot of bounce out of that wicket. Prosper Hosseini, he's a big body, but he gets a lot of work out of that wicket.
He tends to do that. He likes to just sort of keep it, bang it in short of a length, and then as Udekwe did the other time, then surprise you with that spear in Yorker, or sort of try and go for the LBW. So he lulls you into that back foot sense of security. As you see the follow-up delivery. End of the third over, Uganda 7 for 1. Udekwe to continue. Whew, he does bowl a heavy delivery. You can see his rhythm follow through almost right down to the batter. His action is a beauty.
Malcolm Marsh style.
Yeah, quite a fit young bowler as well. He can really run in for you all day long.
Exactly.
Just smooth. Lovely to watch from a young man.
They are learning things the right way at an early age, which is a very good thing to see. But we saw him in Rwanda last year at the qualifiers playing for the Yellow Greens. I seriously know that he was getting a lot of carry and bounce, even at that age. So
that will hurt. I'll tell you. Pinged in the stomach there, Big. Doing well, not trying to show any pain to the opposition. Yeah, what he did is that even in Nigeria for Division 2 qualifiers, he was always a well-built young man, but he's definitely been in the gym a bit, done a bit of work, he's gotten stronger. Even the delivery now, he's gained an extra yard or two of pace.
Yeah, both teams were in India for their preparations.
Oh, lovely shot. Big clipping that one down to the square leg boundary. Finally comes around, picks it up. Great cricket all round.
Very, very heavy outfield, so the batters have to work for their runs. Same thing at the Gymkhana yesterday. Probably the rains have something to do with that. But very, very heavy outfield yesterday. 173 runs on that ground. But we had only 6 boundaries the whole day. 5 boundaries actually and 1 maximum. So the run scoring not very, very easy on the grounds for the youngsters. But the wickets, like you mentioned, there are no demons in them. There were very low scores yesterday, so everyone thought maybe it's an issue with the wickets. But I think the application was missing personally for me, especially in the game I was at yesterday. A few technical failures for both teams, but we could have had a very big game. There's the potential to score many runs in the wickets, and we can see already here the carry is good, the bounce is great. So if you hang in there and take your time, you will score a lot of runs.
Yeah, hence I said, being at the toss this morning, I did look at the wicket and it just looked like a much better surface for cricket in terms of like hitting through the line and not holding up and that sort of a thing. Oh, that's the second wicket for Udekwe, giving out LBW. Big Uganda in a spot of bother, 9 for 2. He'll be
Yeah,
upset with that. He was looking quite solid up until that stage, showing good technique and application.
yeah, and as they're undone probably by the surface, because up and down everything has been carrying through to the keeper very well, but this one dying on the last minute and he gets trapped. A very good decision.
It was quite full. Yeah, it was quite full, really. He planted a bit early, but the ball just seamed in a bit. It was a very, very full delivery, so I don't think an issue of any bounce, really. He was also beaten for pace, must be said.
I think his problem there was trying to play across the line, trying to play around the pad.
100%.
Yeah, instead of coming down on the ball, in the line of the ball, and just offering maybe a dead bat or trying to go for the shot. Unfortunately, Beg has to go. He was looking very good, but he will not be good enough because Uganda lose their second wicket. They're now 9 for 2.
Coming in number 4, Brian Masaba. Brian Asaba.
Brian Masaba is probably back home watching his boys. He's the captain of the Cricket Cranes, so he's probably back home trying to cheer for the boys. But Udekwe now in the business. He's picked up 2 wickets so far, 2 for 2 for him. And he's clearly the aggressor. He's built very well in partnership with Prosper Hussaini.
Interesting to see as well the keeper Salim at the stumps. Probably just adding that pressure, just being vocal, making sure that the batsmen know that there's a furnace out there that is brewing.
The new batter, Brian Asaba, was also part of the under-19 contingent to the World Cup in the West Indies. Good player.
Oh, comes down the wicket immediately. Gets an inside edge on that one.
Yeah, clearly trying to negate that swing. That movement, I think, helped him very, very well keep out the ball, because he nearly yoked himself. If he had stayed back, it would have been a half volley.
Yeah, 4 overs done. Uganda 9 for 2.
Yeah, look at that delivery again. Looked like the ball that got out Ronaldo Mara. Yeah, wow, top quality delivery, that one. In swinging Yorkers, not very easy to play. We always had an argument, John, back home, that in swing and out swing, which one would you rather?
Yeah, I prefer in swing, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I found out swing very, very challenging, particularly if it starts on the wicket, anywhere near off stump. Quite a challenging delivery. I always felt if you're nice and compact, you could always sort of cope with in swing, but different strokes for different folks. Some batters like to play away from the body, so they love that outswinger. They don't like it coming back to the stumps. Oh.
I think the in-swing was always a problem for me, because you have to play at it all the time. For the outswingers, you can always leave it, and since my power was always outside off stump, I can always take you on. But you can see challenge Gerard Olipa there, playing still very high up there. If the ball stays a bit low for him, he may struggle against it. But the Nigerians now pumped up.
He needs to show as much patience, and they need a partnership. They're only 9 runs on the board for the loss of 2. So, and the funny thing about cricket is that you can be out there, and as a batter, you can feel like you're not really scoring, but what you're doing, you're actually doing a great job for your team. You are calming the emotions of the batters that are to come. You're settling them down, because right now there is panic. The guys are running for pads and things like that. So, he's doing a tremendous job for his side. Oh, edge dropped by the captain, Karim. Went straight to him in the gully and has been put down. Team just consoling Prosper, telling him well bowled.
Uganda could have quickly been 3 wickets down for just 9 runs. The captain not holding on, Abdul Karim Ridwan. Again, the failure there for Gerard Olipa, trying to play shots. Yeah, John, like I was mentioning, I think the previous ball where he created an opportunity, he could have left the ball because it is rising on him and
very much so, yeah,
trying to grow big. So there's no point in him trying to offer a shot. There are 2 guys in the slip region trying to take the catch. So right now you're 2 wickets down. It's not necessary.
Yeah, nice to see him do the adjustment and play the leave. You can't leave the ball on bounce. Oh, he is really troubled. He wants to play those balls that are missing his stumps. And Prosper was saying he's not challenging the stumps much, but it is still very, very challenging out there. He's forcing Gerald. He's forcing Gerald into playing at balls that he doesn't want to. But he's got to adjust and trust the bounce and understand you can't leave on bounce here.
One of the good things about Gerald Olipan, I hope I don't jinx him, that he's very headstrong. So he will take his time.
Ooh.
He's been scoring. Oops.
Oh.
Misfield there, ball going through the fielder. As I was saying that he's very headstrong. He's been scoring runs, but he occupies the crease for a very long time. So maybe he's the right man for the situation because he will hang in there for quite a lot of time.
100%. 5 overs gone, Uganda. 10 for 2. Dekwe to continue. He is really, really coming through, bowling with good pace and his movement as well, moving the ball nice and late. Ooh, lovely drive, taking on mid-on. Gerald is going to be key. He has to go deep. Gerald Ulipa has to get as deep as possible into this innings if Uganda to have any chance.
Yeah, not just Gerald. I think he will need support. There's no point in one end being compact and the other is just coming down like dominoes. So it's just important that Uganda comes up with a good partnership right now. They need just to have a good session so that they get back into the game. You can see there.
He's faced 2 balls and he's come down the wicket to both of them. I'm not too sure if I agree with that ploy from Masaba. He's trying to negate the swing. But you'd rather than bat outside your crease and have a base, because as you're walking into the ball, what can happen is that the bowler has now seen that, and I do anticipate he's going to bowl one short anytime soon.
I totally agree with you. I don't know what the plan is for him, but it seems that his only plan is to come down the wicket all the time.
As we see that one a bit shorter of a length.
Maybe he's trying to take out the LB option out of the equation, and also that way negate the swing. But if he gets one to go, if Udekwe is able to come up with a very quick one to just go straight through him.
Yeah.
And even when you're trying to walk down, a half volley now becomes a yorker.
Yeah, true. And at his pace as well, Udekwe, he can send one short as well, just to let him know that you can't just keep lunging forward at the ball. And that will then now ask him to go into a different plan mode.
Udekwe and his opening bowling partner Prosper Husseini both have made their debuts for the Yellow Greens of Nigeria. Nigeria seeking a comeback after being on the wrong end of the result yesterday. 9-wicket loss for them against someone they would never want to lose to, a big West African rival, Sierra Leone.
Yeah, they'll be hurting.
The celebrations in Freetown must have been in over 4. It must have gone into overtime.
Oh, clean bowled. Walked right past that delivery. Off stump goes cartwheeling out the ground. 11 for 3 now, Uganda, and in all sorts of trouble. Oh, Dekwe jumping into the sky. What a delivery.
Yeah, I told you that he would just walk past one because Udekwe has the pace to beat him. And this time he gets it all right on the money. Brian Asaba kept doing the same thing. This time the ball going under his butt.
I believe he just missed it outside edge or so, because he is moving the ball. Oh, came inside, clean bowled. Middle stump actually right out the ground. That was an interesting play by him. He decided to just keep walking at the ball. Not the right way. You'd want to have a look at that moving forward.
Yeah, middle stump goes cartwheeling. And all because of Udekwe. Again, that ball going under the butt of Asaba Brian. Uganda lose their third for only 11 runs. The captain, Fahad Mutagana, comes in to bat. And Baby Papa has to come up with some answers to the bowling of Udekwe.
Oh, they have their work cut out here. This is as good as fast bowling as you'll ever see. Even at under 19 level, he really, really is in a rhythm. He bowled a tremendous spell yesterday. Unfortunately, I believe he only bowled two, three overs before the captain took him off, which I felt was a bit premature. And he's come up today and he's earned himself a couple more overs. He's got 3 wickets in the bag. He's only conceded 3 runs.
Some hostile fast bowling from Udekwe. 3 for 3 for him from 2.5 overs. He completely has Uganda on the ropes. Uganda won the toss here at the University of Dar es Salaam ground and elected to bat first. But now they may rue that decision because Udekwe has come out inspired to make sure that they can get a comeback in the tournament, Nigeria.
You know, apart from Brian Asaba deciding to just keep walking at the bowler, the other 2 individuals got very, very good balls. They were actually taken out by Udekwe, showing great skill. Clean bowling, the Yorker, and then getting the LBW. Ooh.
I wouldn't say it was a wrong decision for the Ugandans to bat because, I mean, clear blue skies. But once you make that call, you need to back it up with the skills to make sure that you're not in trouble early. Now, 11 for 3 puts you in a very, very difficult situation if you're looking at scoring at least over 150 runs.
Yeah, you know, hindsight is 2020. I believe they did make the right decision. The wicket is good. Runs on the board in qualifiers is always pressure as well. And they are looking at things like net run rate. Six overs gone. Uganda 12 for 3. Joe Lejapa flashing outside off stump. He's now there with his captain. Gonna really, really have to do well. Him and Fahad Mutagana. Oh, slow ball bouncer by Hussaini. Good variation. Did grip and turn. Joining me in commentary, I've got Abdullah Imtiaz. How are you, Abdullah?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, great to have you back, mate. Tremendous start by Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria have bowled pretty well. Their 2 seamers have combined very well, and I like Udekwe. He's going for the stumps.
Ooh, pop to cover, full toss, really, really popped. He has been given, that was taken cleanly. Simple catch. Huge mistake there by Gerald Ujapa. He was batting so well, the opener, now chipping a full toss straight to cover. 12 for 4. Now Uganda in real trouble.
Very, very ordinary shot from the batsman. Full toss ball. He was under pressure. Wickets falling from the other end, but very, very ordinary shot from him.
Yeah, that's kind of happens when you're under the pump and you're just thinking defensively, you want to stay there. That's what's going through your mind. Next thing you get a half volley or full toss and you're a bit negative in the stroke. Because your mindset, you're just thinking, I can't get out. And I think that's what Gerald got sucked into a little bit there in that drive. Very, very tentative on that drive.
Yes, but it was a good low catch from, I think it was the. It was from Pam Paul. It was a very very good catch, low catch. Those are difficult because you can never judge it that well.
He is an electric fielder. He's one of their better, if not the best, in their side. So it was a great low catch by him. Ooh, coming in at number 6 now, Yunusu Sowobi, joining his captain. Both of them still to get off the mark. Really, really not ideal. 12 for 4, Uganda. Saying he's off the mark. He's on 4 for 1. He'll be happy. He's been showing great support for Udekwe at the other end.
Yes, and his left arm angle is challenging as it's going away. The batsmen are unsure whether to play at it or leave it. And the slips add pressure too, because you feel like if I play at it and maybe I edge it, there's 2 slips and a gully. It's very dangerous right now. I wouldn't like to be a batsman at this stage.
Yeah, must be said. Particularly facing Udekwe, he's on fire. Oh. Defended with an open face. You want to be careful about that. Could just kiss the face of the bat, get into that gully slip region. Salim Salah just running up and giving a message to his bowler. Obviously sees something.
Nigeria have shown good energy from in the field at the start. They got their first wicket, but before that, they looked electric, they looked fast, they looked sharp. Even the celebrations have been good. I think that adds pressure to the batsmen.
Ooh.
And I think they know they've got a quality pace bowling attack. Their 2 fast bowlers are incredible. I think the best 2 in the tournament.
Yeah, you can easily make an argument for that. They do have, and probably maybe some of the quickest as well in the tournament going around. Very, very electric with their pace yesterday, and they've come and backed it up again today. See that one drop again. Salim Salah has to be careful and make sure that he takes those very, very cleanly. As we see the end of the over, 7 overs gone, 13 for 4 Uganda. Ooh. Dangerous leave. A bit of touching of the pad. Also, can you get a replay there? Can we get a replay of that last ball? Great defense by the skipper.
Good technique shown from him. Also, I think he wouldn't be expecting today in the morning that I'll get to bat this soon and for this long. But I mean, it's cricket. You have to be ready for anything. Inabidi uwe tayari kwa ajili ya kitu chochote. Nigeria wameanza vizuri baada ya over 7. Uganda wapo 13 na wamepoteza wiketi 4. Opening bowler wa Nigeria Udekwe na Pospa Huseni wana ball vizuri sana, na captain wao na makocha wao watatarajia kwamba wataendelea hivyo hivyo na kuchukua wicket zaidi.
Nigeria side very, very vocal this morning. You'd expect that 14 for 4, having a side 14 for 4. Lots of energy among them, running around all over the place. Udekwe, he's into his 4th over. Oh, as we see that, just outside the off stump, but a dangerous leave. Great decision by the umpire. Ooh.
Technique nzuri imeonyeshwa na Yunusi. Hapa tunaona Yudekwe anakimbia ana ball na moto sana na uzito. Anaweka uzito sana hapa kwenye mipira yake. Kipa pia amesimama nyuma sana. Maana mpira zinaenda kweli. Na batsman pia anaonyesha style nzuri, technique nzuri. Anakaa nyuma ndani kwenye crease ili kutoa swing. Ile imeachwa full toss. Lakini umpire said no, said it wasn't a no ball. It was dipping, I think. That's the sign shown by the umpire.
I'd agree with the umpire. It was a little bit high, but it was not a no ball. And those kind of deliveries are the ones that you want to pounce on. You know, those are full tosses. Oh. You find when you're in a bit of a defensive mindset, survival mode, you will miss out at times. 8 overs gone, Uganda 14 for 4.
John, both the opening bowlers have bowled 4 overs each, and they're doing pretty well. If you were the captain, how many overs each would you make them bowl?
At this stage, well, typically you don't want to go more than 5 because you want to just try and spread the rest of the 5. It is a 50-over game, but when they're going so well, sometimes the captains, I'd be inclined to ask them, do you want one more? How's the body feeling? You know, sometimes they're tired and you force them as a captain, but often, you know, they'll tell you, no, I'm feeling good, and you say, no, fire me one more. I wouldn't mind cracking them both for 6 this morning. Another wicket or 2 here, and that will definitely be, you'd think, most likely curtains for the Ugandans. So you'd want to just press that envelope a little bit with them today.
Yes, I think I wouldn't give them a chance to maybe shift the momentum by attacking the spinners. I think they have a very negative approach to the fast bowlers.
Yeah.
I think I would give them maybe 6 overs each.
Yeah, definitely. In good rhythm, they're bowling really, really quick. Ooh. Getting some good sideways movement. Prosper, typically it's with the angle, but it is just seeming a little bit away from the right hand as well.
Yeah, and he's bowling good areas, so he's getting a good carry. I think he's putting the slips really into play. I'd like to see him bowl a bouncer or two, just to, you know, keep the batsman on the toes. And you know who doesn't like a good bouncer from a pace bowler?
True, I agree with you. Edged just before Salim.
That's a run-out
my
chance.
Word.
Directed and he was gone.
Suicidal run by Sowobi. It's just exactly what we were talking about earlier. Salim's allowed just really, really deep. And for a tall keeper, he really likes to take the ball low for some reason. And you find that tallish keepers, they prefer to take the ball around the waist and especially between the waist and the knees, which is the ideal area. And he sets the tone. So 2 balls have just carried low. He's standing so deep.
Yes, I think he's changing his gloves now. I think might be a problem with the grip.
I'm not too sure it's going to help much. Just needs to come up a few steps. It's interesting. I think Sawabi might have a bit of a problem with his bat, potentially asking for scissors from the umpire. Just a bit of cleanup.
Yeah, but that was an interesting ball from Useni. I think the ball kind of stayed a bit low, just got a bit dead. But maybe that's just a one-off.
Yeah, there are areas really, but there's a lot of life in the track. Now and then you see one just keep a little bit lower, but generally it's outside the off stump, so not too much danger for the batter. Really good rhythm by these two opening bowlers for Nigeria, Useni and Udekwe, coming in with good pace, good movement, causing all kinds of trouble for the young Ugandan batters, who, to be honest, have really shown some good technique and application. They were just outdone by some very, very good bowling, which can happen on the day.
Yeah, exactly. I think they shouldn't take it too hard too much, because I don't think they've batted badly, to say. I think they've left the balls, but I think it's just a few bad balls they would have liked to capitalize on that they haven't. But I mean, it happens, especially if you lose 4 wickets this early. I think you tend to go into a negative mode, into a survival mode, and maybe that's the case that's happening with the Ugandan boys.
Very true. 9 overs now gone. Uganda 15 for 4. Skipper Fahad getting one on the glove, wrapped on the gloves. Great pace and bounce from Udekwe. He's into his 5th. Sitting on figures for 3 wickets for 5 runs. Tremendous spell of bowling.
Yes, and I think the last one kind of popped after the bounce. But I think as a batsman, you tend to try and forget those and try and ignore those deliveries, because nothing you can do about them, really. I think if you keep them in your mind too much, it's like...
So Wabi's been wrapped on the pads a few times. As we see that one now go down leg. It's probably the 3rd ball that's hit his pads, and Udekwe sniffs a little bit of blood there because he's getting right across his stumps. Unfortunately, he hasn't just gotten the right one to him. So Wabi obviously desperate not to get ball. He's trying to just put everything and get right behind the ball, which is a good thing. He just want to make sure that he keeps that front pad out of the way. Oh my word. They're really living dangerously, the young Ugandans. A few of them kicking the ball, as they say back home. Why are you kicking the ball?
They're trying to... I think they're playing Udekwe like the way they're playing Useni. I think he's bowling in swingers, and they're trying to leave him. The ball's swinging nicely inside.
Ooh.
Sign of intent.
Yeah, Fahad is starting to fight fire with fire. As we saw in that last replay, so they're really living dangerously, and they're trying to get across and make sure that, you know, they cover their stumps. But with that also they sort with danger, that kind of thinking. Gotta make sure you don't kick the ball. Oh, lovely forward defense.
Fahad is really strong on the front foot, I think. But I think when it's slightly pushed back, it's a good lengthish area. I think he's...
Yeah, you know, and this is a tough thing to say, but if I have to be a little bit critical to Udekwe, he hasn't tried to push the batters back a bit. Just the odd ball. He's been a bit predictable in the sense that it's tough to really criticize figures of 3 for 5.
Yeah.
But he's just, you know, a little bit... Every ball is full. That's why some of them, the batters, lunge at him. Ooh, as we see now, changing his length. Ooh. Oh, he's been given. Late decision by umpire David Odiambo. Utekwe gets his 4th wicket, 17 for 5, Uganda.
A loud appeal might have influenced that.
No, I think he's a very experienced umpire. He would have maybe perhaps potentially expected the batter to walk. But that's kind of what I was talking about. He just changing the length now, because you could see the skipper Fahad was very, very comfortable on that front foot, and then he decided to just pull one back a bit. Great thinking by the young fast bowler. He gets his 4th. Big chance for a 5er today for him. Ooh. Just making sure if the catch was taken cleanly, that was the decision. I think that's what delayed the decision.
It was a lovely catch by the keeper too. I think those are difficult, especially if they're on your left. I think on your right you were kind of expecting it, but inside edges and
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes some keepers love to dive.
might have been straightforward.
But thank God he did hang on to it. The captain will be very, very happy with him. He has been very untidy all day, but he does make it count at the right time and gets that one, allowing Udekwe his 4th of the day. Sitting on figures for 4 wickets for 5 runs. Joseph Baguma replacing his skipper. Oof. Ten overs gone. Clear winners of the power play, Nigeria, getting 5 wickets for loss of only 17 runs. Great to see Salim shuffle to his right. It is an area of his game that, for that take, is an area of his game where if the ball is slightly to the right or the left, he'd rather prefer to go for the dive. Lovely to see the coaches have put in some work with him now. Does have the shuffle, and now obviously took a brilliant catch to get rid of the skipper for Uganda. Yeah, it's tough to say that it was a good decision to bat when you're sitting at 17 for 5. But really, there hasn't been any demons in the surface. It's just been really, really high-class fast bowling. And that can happen at age group level. It's happened to a lot of players where you come in and you're just blown away by a tremendous seamer. Ooh. Whew. So we'll be playing some shots. I believe he has to do that. If it is somewhere slightly in his area, he's got to have a go. It's only 17 runs on the board. If you stick around, you do have 1 ball with your name on it. So your mindset is still trying. You've got to try, and though you want to be positive, try and make sure that you are tight in your defense. What a day to be a fast bowler. Beautiful weather. Sun is behind the clouds. Wind is pumping. Great breeze coming across the square. And we've just seen a very, very good display of fast bowling.
Yes, amazing piece of fast bowling, yeah. And I think as a batsman, I think as a Ugandan team, I think they would like a good cover drive, maybe for 4, just to lift them up, just to lift the spirits, just to...
Oh. Right through the slips. It's gone through the hands. Gone through the hands of Joseph Ajisebutu. Right through his hands. Oh, it's unfortunate for Prosper. He's still sitting there, hands on the hips. Second one to go down off his bowling. You have to feel for him. He's really, really bowled well. Boundary for Uganda. They move to 21 for 5. As we see that edge, hitting that hard length, back of a length. Oh, just beating him for pace. It was through him before could really get his hands up.
And I think as a slip fielder, that's the worst kind of catches. I think you want it near your stomach, but I think the ones that are on your head level, I think those are difficult.
Yeah. Nice to see Prosper still with a smile on his face. I think as a team they are feeling better. Really, really horrible day at the office for them yesterday. Going down to Sierra Leone, losing by 9 wickets. $11 overs gone. Uganda really in a sticky situation. 21 for 5.
Yeah, looking at that batting scorecard for the Ugandans, single-digit figures so far. 8 is the highest run scorer for them, struggling at 21 for 5. They need to find some inspiration, but right about now, the show is only about one man, Udekwe, who's picked 4 wickets already and given away just 5 runs. Dweka has been brilliant today, and there is no chance, even if I was the captain, there was no chance that I would take him out of the attack. He will bowl until his hip comes out.
Yes, as a captain, you don't want him to stop because he's bowling so well.
Swing and a miss there from Joseph Baguma. No conviction in that shot. Just trying to swing for it. But you can see the Nigerians still staying in attacking positions. One of the men in the Nigerian dugout is someone who knows. One of the people in the Nigerian dugout is Stephen Tikolo, who's coached the cricket cranes before. So he knows a couple of things about the Ugandans.
He's also coached Tanzania and was here for a couple of years, so I think he knows the grounds too. I think he's the perfect man to be in your camp because he knows the Tanzanian boys, he knows the Ugandan boys, he knows the grounds, he knows the conditions.
Did he coach you, Imtiaz?
Yes, he did.
What did you make of him?
Yeah, he was a brilliant coach.
Absolute legend of the game.
Absolute legend. The amount of stuff I learned from him, incredible. We remember him up to this day. I can never forget him.
More gifts there from the keeper. That will run away for 4. Wides indicated by David Odiambo. Uganda will be happy with that. Gift there from Udekwe, rare one. But you can see his plan again. He's just trying to make sure he's angling the ball into the batter. This time it does too much. The keeper absolutely disastrous today. That's the second ball that is going through him and running all the way for a boundary. The first ball from Udekwe went through his pads and went away for 4. This one just running away. Again, poor technique from him. The point is you're trying to stop the ball, but he went like a goalkeeper. And that's why Uganda got that opportunity. Wides indicated. Generous from the Nigerians. Extra so far the highest scorer for Team Uganda. Imtiaz, this ground, any demons in it? I think everything looks nice, but what do you think will be a good total on the ground?
I think
from here on, if Uganda got a recovery, what would be a good total?
I think they'll be looking at 100. Anything over 100, I think it's possible. It's very defendable, especially the way we saw Nigeria bat yesterday. You never know because it's under 19. I think 100 boosts the confidence. 100 is a mark that a bowler can say, I have some runs under the belt. I think you can really go for it. And I think we saw yesterday Tanzania bowled out for 33. And I think anything can happen in under 19, but I think 100 runs is what Uganda will aim for.
Yeah, and Uganda now with full toss not dispatched there by Joseph Baguma. You can clearly see that the situation he's playing, the situation, they are 5 wickets down, so you don't want to take any chances. But Joseph Baguma is, for his school, he bats at the top of the order. He's an opening batter. So there is some batting in there.
Yes, there is. I can also see in his technique. It's pretty solid. That's a lovely shot.
In the air, they will try and run for it, but they will only get 2 runs. You can see Joseph Baguma there, very casual in his running, but there was an opportunity of getting 3. Attacking fields gives Uganda an opportunity to pick up a double, only because a lot of the fielders are in the infield. End of the 12th over, 29 for 5. Uganda still railing, looking for a partnership that will dig them out of the hole. I was part of the Ugandan team in 2015 when we came here on this particular ground. Uganda failed to chase 100 runs set by Nigeria. The first time Nigeria was defeating Uganda in U19 Qualifier. So none of the players were, of course, part of that team, but the head coach Emmanuel Isanez was the assistant coach of the team then, and maybe he must be thinking this must be some kind of deja vu.
Yes. He must be getting flashbacks of that time.
It's not Flashback Tuesday. Hopefully there's a recovery on. But there are some scoring opportunities, and Eunice maybe is not taking them. That's a half volley right straight in the slot. Play your conventional cover drive. You get a lot more confident. And John spoke about it earlier. There's no point in you hanging around, because there will be a ball that is going to come with your name on it. But before that happens, make sure you give yourself an opportunity when you're on the wicket. Try and score runs. Show some kind of aggression. Prosper is now into his 7th over. Big body, but they've worked very hard and in good tandem. The two of them, they've dried up the runs and they picked up the wickets. 5 wickets already. Uganda winning the toss and electing to bat first. But that decision, they're about to regret it if they don't make a recovery from here on. Oof. That one dying, staying very low. Earlier on, Prosper was getting very good bounce and carry. This time, this one here dying on the batter and the keeper as well. Imtiaz, we've been to the Gymkhana. Today we're here at the University of Dar es Salaam. Which one is your favorite ground if you're playing?
I think this ground is better for me. I think there's more bounce in the pitch, more life. Gymkhana is it stays low. It's like there's not that much bounce, and I think the ball comes slower. And as a batsman, I think you won't be enjoying it. Obviously, I wouldn't like to face Oseni and Udekwe the way they're bowling today. But in general, I think against most bowlers, I would prefer playing at this ground.
All right. What works best here? Is it the pace? Nigeria ripping through the Ugandans with pace, but do the spinners also have some kind of influence?
Personally, I believe it's more pace. I think if you have good pace, this ground offers good bounce. But spinners also, I think we will see later on in the innings. But then the spinners also, they get some assistance from the surface. I don't think it's a very bad condition for spinners to bowl. I think most spinners would like bowling here. I think there's turn on offer, and there's also bounce for spinners. So I think spinners would like bowling here, and we'll see that later in the innings.
Not very confident appeal from Nigerians. Nothing given by Lauren Hackenberg. That will be the end of the 13th over. Uganda still 29 for 5. Maiden over there from Prosper. Yeah, you can see him signaling to the dugout for some water. He's putting a very big shift. That's 7 overs on the trot for a big body. He needs some refreshment. Udekwe continuing to operate. Good shot there from Joseph Baguma. They'll pick up a single. That's more like it. They're slowly growing into in confidence. They need a lot of that there from Joseph Baguma and Yunus Sowobi. These two were both at the Under-19 World Cup in the West Indies last year. So they have a bit of experience having played against some top nations like India and South Africa. Again, chance for a run there, but not taken. Joseph Baguma very deep in the crease on non-strikers, not ready to take off a single. But I'm joined in the commentary box by another Imtiaz. One brother replaces the other. This time the younger brother, Ishfaq, is here to tell us more about this particular encounter. Imtiaz, what do you make of it so far?
Yeah, I think it's been really good from Nigeria. Nadhani wamefanya vizuri sana. Wameanza vizuri sana. Prosper Huseni na Udekwe. Pace na swing, kila kitu iko fresh kabisa. Na nadhani kocha Steve Tikolo atakuwa amefurahi sana kwa kuona kilichofanyika mpaka sasa hivi. Na inaendelea vizuri. Runs pia hawajatoa, wicket pia wamechukua. Nigerians wanaenda vizuri. Ni comeback nzuri kutoka kwa jana game ilivyoenda na leo inavyoenda ni nzuri sana kwa ajili ya wachezaji. Itawarudisha na watakuwa wana hope ya kwenda World Cup.
End of the 14th over, 30 for 5, just one run off that over. Was the bowling chain there, Okeke coming in to bowl his first over. Odeke now taken out of the attack, probably to give him some bit of rest. They've bowled very, very well. Himself and Prosper Huseni at the top of the order there, ripping through the Ugandan batting lineup. That's why Uganda finds itself at 30 for 5. The first time we'll see a spinner introduced into the match for the Nigerians.
Mabibi na mabwana, kuangalia game ipo kwenye YouTube katika channel ya Tanzania Cricket Association, na kuangalia ni bure kabisa, hamna cha kulipa. Unaangalia tu game freshi kwenye Tanzania Cricket Association channel ya YouTube.
The bowling change to replace Prosper Huseni, Samuel Victor Osegi.
Hiyo catch inaongezea nguvu kubwa Nigeria na kuwapa moral, kwa sababu tumeona kwamba partnership ilikuwa inaanza kubuild kati ya Sowobi Yunus na Joseph Baguma. Nigeria wamevunja hiyo partnership na watajaribu kuwamaliza tailenders wa Uganda ili kuwa na score rahisi kuchase.
Yeah, Uganda now 33 for 6 as we take a drinks break. But they are in all sorts of trouble if they are not able to get at least 100 runs in this particular game. Partnership was building between Joseph and Sowobi. But in the end, Joseph Baguma throwing it away. And they'll have to start all over again with Pius Oloka, who's just walked in. We'll take a break as the teams also take a drinks break. Yeah, back from the drinks break. The situation now 33-6. Uganda all sorts of trouble. They are in this situation because the opening bowling partnership of Prosper Utseni and Udekwe went through their batting lineup, picked up 5 quick wickets. And as the partnership was starting to build, Joshua Asia comes up with the goods, picks the wicket of Joseph Baguma, falls short there from Joseph Baguma, picking out the only fielder on the long off. As Uganda lost their 6th wicket. They're still in trouble, Uganda. Pius Oloka, the new batter for Uganda, gets his first test of the action. My name is Dennis Msali and I'm here with Imtiaz Ishfaq. Imtiaz, game umeona, how is it going?
Game inaenda vizuri sana kwa ajili ya Nigeria. Opening bowlers wamefanya vizuri sana na partnership ya Baguma na Yunus ilipokuwa ina build. Spinner Joshua Asia amekuja na ameivunja hiyo partnership. Na sasa hivi Nigeria wataangalia kumaliza tail ya Uganda haraka haraka ili wapate score rahisi kuchase.
Someone was passing by and he told us that we may have a very short day. Yesterday, of course, the game on this particular ground, Nigeria 73 all out, Sierra Leone winning by 9 wickets. The other side of town at the Dar Gymkhana, Sierra Leone are taking on Kenya. Situation 53-3 so far for Sierra Leone. Must be very confident, Sierra Leone. They picked up a win yesterday. Kenya needs to be very careful. If you let them get away, they could be dangerous.
Yeah, true. Nadhani Sierra Leone watajaribu wapate ushindi yao ya pili. Kwa sababu jana wamefanya vizuri sana, wamepata net run rate pia nzuri. Na leo pia watajaribu kuendelea hivyo hivyo.
Yeah, considering that the first day of the tournament was washed out, so net run rate may come into play for all the teams. Therefore, if you have an opportunity to win, make sure you're winning big.
Yeah, that's really important. And since Nigeria lost a lot of net run rate yesterday, they need to bring it back today. And I think it's a really good opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy with Eunice Owobi. I think he's the only one who's looked like he's very interested. He's put in a shift. He's dug deep. Eunice is an all-rounder. Sometimes all-rounders don't like to stay very long on their crease. But he's really dug deep for his team. He's there at least trying to make sure he's keeping the balls out.
Yeah.
He can't score runs because he's a very handy batter. But the good thing about him for me is that he's willing to put in the hard work.
Yeah, he's going pretty well. Showing some intent in his strokes. He's doing well.
I think he's only desperate for a partner, and no one seems to be interested in hanging around with him. There are people with maybe a better skill set than him who have done so much better, but all of them are already back into their heart. But he's doing everything within his own powers to just make sure that he's at least hanging in there and keeping Uganda in the match. Samuel Victor Osegi asking questions, no answers yet from Sowobi.
Who goes for it? Good stroke. We'll get one.
Every time I see him trying to go big like that and he only gets one single, I wonder whether it's worth it, worth the risk. Gets a single off the last ball, 17 for 17 after 17 overs. Uganda 35 for 6. Pa Soloka also was at the Under-19 World Cup in the West Indies. A very experienced, was recently given his national team debut with the Cricket Cranes in Namibia. So he's had a bit of experience. Long batting tail here for the Ugandans. It's a running opportunity. I don't know why Pius is scared. But he's very athletic, so he can be able to get through on that one. You need to make sure that you also keep rotating the strike. Backs away there, so will be, but the ball too close for him to cut. From the reactions of the bowler, seems like there was something on that, but the wicketkeeper not holding on to it. Salim, the guilty party in that one. Full toss on offer. Well played there by Yunus Awobi. They will get at least 2 runs. A very good running between the wickets. I don't know if that was another chance, but the reaction of the fielders, there are many oohs and ahs.
Yeah, I think that ball just turned away. There was no bat on that.
Joshua Asia has already picked up a wicket. A big one. Joseph Baguma back in the hat. Short ball not punished. Gets away with it. Uganda doing what exactly Tanzania did yesterday. Trying to hang in there, but mostly creating partnerships of dots, but not so many runs. 37 for 6 after 18 overs.
I think they shouldn't repeat the same mistake as what Tanzania did. They should show some intent and go for some strokes, because that will put the bowlers under pressure, which will give the batsmen some bad balls, and the game could turn.
I will tell you one thing for sure, that the Nigerian boys are not here alone. A couple of people here have come down to come and support them. I can see the PR of the Nigeria Cricket Federation, Musa, walking around all the time trying to put in a word or two of encouragement for the boys, so they won't feel very, very lonely. We saw the Namibian parents, very many of them at the ground when the two sides played yesterday when Namibia was playing Tanzania. So there's quite a number of support here for the youngsters.
Yeah,
The Ugandans as well won't feel very lonely.
yeah, that's really good to see. Parents, family members, and people coming to support their nation. It's really good to see. He's gone. Ooh.
Finally there, Yunus will be, this time finds trying to go big, but ends up popping a catch into the slips. Very, very good stuff there from the Nigerians to keep a very attacking field. It looked like a very simple catch, but I won't say it was simple because Yunus was trying to go for a big shot, but he ends up getting caught in slip, and Uganda lose their 7th wicket. They are now 38 for 7.
Uganda in deep trouble now. Hapa naona Nigeria wataangalia kuwamaliza waliobaki kwa ajili ya Uganda bila kutoa runs nyingi.
Yeah, Musa Majid, the new batter for the Ugandans, who are in all sorts of trouble. And I must say, Victor Samuel is not bowling anything special for me, but somehow the wickets just keep coming. This is a replay for the wicket. Yunus will be 2 slips still in that region. Yunus trying to go big. A very good catch there and sleep because the ball was traveling some But the fielder takes a catch
Yeah.
very, very easily.
Easy on the eye, not easy to do.
Very true, very true. But I like the intelligence of all these young men. You can see the Nigerians have kept a very, very tight field. Yesterday, the Tanzania did the same. The Namibians in the afternoon. At a very young age, these youngsters are playing some very intelligent cricket. Nobody home there. Musa Majid, booming drive, misses it completely.
I think now Nigerians just need to put it on the stump and the ball will do its trick. They'll get the wickets. It's well played.
I think now we are into the Ugandan tail. If I was the captain, read one, I would go back to Prosper Ndekwe to just come and wrap up the tail. Because sometimes the tail enders can deal with the slow bowlers because they all they have to do is plant their bat and keep it out. But if you're facing some searing pace from Udekwe,
Yeah.
no tail ender like searing pace.
Yeah. And a few runs really matter. If Uganda can get like 20-30 runs here, yeah, it's a good idea to bring back Prosper and Odekwe.
Yeah, very true. If you're gonna keep milking it and they get themselves around 70 or 60 runs, then that means you have an extra 30 runs to work with, which you shouldn't have in the first place.
Yeah, and anything can happen in cricket, especially under 19 cricket. There's lots of unexpected things happening.
Joshua Ashsey are still into the attack. Well played there by Pasoloka. It's colliding with the bowler. He doesn't know that the bowler has his right to be in the same place. If you don't push him out of the way. Yeah, I was watching Major League Cricket. Batter was working casually like that and he ended up being run out. You need to be careful. Protect your zone.
Yeah, true.
39 for 7. Imtiaz, before you leave me, where do you think this one is going to end?
I think this one's going before 50. Nigeria will get the 3 wickets. However, I think they should bring one of the pace bowlers back, at least from one end, to just, put some yokers in, attack the stumps, and I think they can get the wickets.
Good shot there from Musa Majid. Very good running between the wickets from Pius. Took the first one very quickly, but good fielding as well to just keep it to a single. 40 runs is up for Team Uganda, but they've lost 7 wickets. Pius thought, that's how Johnny Baso got run out. Pius thought that the umpire had called over. He was just casually struggling out of his crease. Good shot there by Pius, but straight to the man at long on. They'll just get a single. After 20 overs, Uganda is 41 for 7. Victor Samuel Osegi will continue bowling from the road end. Victor Samuel and Joshua Asia have done well to complement the fast bowlers. They haven't given away so much, and they've also picked up a couple of wickets. Victor with one and Joshua the other. Uganda railing at 41 for 7. Hit very hard there by Pius. Musa not interested in a second, but he had done the good decision of taking the first one very quickly. There's still some batting here to come in the Ugandan team. Pius is a very good all-rounder. If he gets support there from Musa Majid and the rest of the guys who are coming in, they could somehow find their way getting close to their 100-run mark. And of course, I'm joining the commentary box. Imtiaz had to leave. I'm joining the commentary box by Lucy. Madam Lucy, what have you made of the game while we were watching from the sidelines? Where are the mistakes for Uganda? Uganda elected to bat first. Why do you think they made some mistakes? Taken. Simple catch popped up in the air there from Musa Majid. Uganda now 8 wickets down for 42. I don't know what the batter was. The man who took the catch, I don't know what he was doing. He ran across to just do a glove tap with Musa Majid, who was just gotten out. Depending on someone's emotional intelligence, you could easily get hit. And you can see Musa Majid there trying to hit it over cover, but unfortunately, he just ends up popping the ball up in the air. Good catch there from Pam Paul, but it was very unnecessary for him to just go to run over and try and tap the batter. Lucy, Uganda won the toss, selected to bat first. Do you think it was a good decision for them? Not looking very good here for the Ugandans after winning the toss and electing to bat first. 42 for 8 for them. Abdulaziz Tandia, the new batter for Uganda, and they will have to work very, very hard with Pius Oroka if they are going to get anywhere close to 100 runs. But after 21, Uganda is now 42 for 8. Uganda tomorrow taking on Tanzania. Tanzania, of course, lost to Namibia yesterday. And if Uganda are on the wrong end of the result today, that game could be very, very pivotal in the context of the whole tournament. And right on cue, Abdulaziz Karim goes back to Udekwe, who's already picked 4 wickets. I think there's no time in hanging around. These are tail-enders. So they go back to the quick bowler to try and clean up the tail. Just make sure that the Ugandans don't get away and post a bigger total than what they have already. 42 for 8. Yesterday, Nigeria bowled out for 73 against Sierra Leone. Maybe today 42 or anything less than 73 could be an easier chase for them. Very good delivery there from Udekwe. The rest has done him some good. He comes back like a new bowler, like he's starting a new spell all over again. Starts off with a good one right there in the stumps. Pass Oloka will need to find some answers. What did you make of Uganda's batting? Is it Nigerians bowling very good, or the Ugandan batters just didn't apply themselves very well? Good awareness here from Tandia, realizing there's a chance of a run, and he takes it.
Bado anaendelea kurusha. Adeko mrushaji mzuri na ni hatari, anaendelea kurusha na inaonyesha ni pressure kwa Uganda. Wapigaji wote wameshapata hofu kwa sababu ya urushaji wake mzuri. Kiukweli anatupa mpira vizuri. Hatoi wide. Yeye shida yake ni kuchukua wicket na kusimamisha mikimbio ili waweze kushinda. Hadi sasa hivi Nigeria wana matumaini makubwa sana kwa ajili ya hii game kwao. Wanategemea ushindi na nina imani makocha na wapenzi wote kutoka Nigeria wana raha sana kwa sababu ya uchezaji wao.
Yeah, Abdulaziz they are trying to survive for as long as possible. Of course, Pius Oloka, the more competent of the two with the bat. Maybe he will need to have to hog the strike. But there are a lot of overs in the match. A whole lot, as many as 28. You can't hog the strike for all those overs. That one takes off from a good length there from Udekwe. You have to feel sorry for someone like Abdulaziz. He's a tail ender. He's having to deal with someone who the opening batters, the whole top order couldn't deal with. You just feel like he's only one ball away from being gotten out.
Kwa kweli mchezo wa leo umechangamka. Ukiangalia hali ya hewa ni nzuri, hakuna mvua, hakuna jua kali. Hali ya hewa iko ya uvuguvugu tu nzuri, inavutia na ni rafiki kwa wachezaji pamoja na watazamaji wote.
This is match day number 3 of the U19 World Cup Qualifiers Africa Group. We are at the University of Dar es Salaam ground. Uganda are taking on Nigeria in an encounter where I feel now that the Nigerians have the upper hand. Uganda 48 for 8. They won the toss and elected to bat first, but that decision going against them completely. Very well played there by Pius. Half volley outside off stump. He's able to get onto it quickly. And good intelligence from him as well, realizing that's the last ball of the over. So he doesn't need to take a second to keep the strike for himself. After 22 overs now, Uganda is 49 for 8.
Kwa kweli matumaini ya kushinda ni makubwa sana kwa Nigeria. Fielding yao ni nzuri, halafu ni wepesi wa kukimbilia mpira na kurusha sehemu inakotakiwa. Ina maana kwa ajili ya kupata wicket. Halafu covering yao iko vizuri. Teamwork ni nzuri sana. Kwa hiyo matumaini ya kushinda yametokana na juhudi yao kubwa ya kushirikiana.
Yeah, the captain doesn't want to miss out on the action, so he introduces himself into the attack. Karim Ridwan will come from the road end. It's not that the other spinners were doing anything so bad. They could have continued, but maybe the captain feels like it's my time now to take care of the business and just get these last 2 wickets so that we have a small total we are chasing. Ridman, a leg spinner, trying to stop the ball there in an unconventional manner. Throws his leg at it, but they only get a single. I don't know what the tactics will be against Tanzania, but of course immediately you can see they are trying to attack Tanzania and defending against Pius, so they bring everyone back into the field. Tanzania, a very young man, misses that one. Again, still attacking positions by the Nigerians. They have a slip in there just to make sure that they take care of the business. How many runs do you think Uganda can get from here on? Now 50.
Maybe 90.
90, good enough to chase, good enough for them to pick up the win, or to be easy for Nigeria in the end. Anything less than 100.
It depends. It depends Nigeria how they bat. You can see yesterday Namibia score 130 something, but Tanzania failed to win.
Yeah, very true. Yesterday Tanzania scoring only 33 all out, and Namibia on a very small total that we felt could be easily chased down. They lost that game. Tanzania working very hard. His only assignment is very simple, to just hang in there with Pius, and so far he's doing everything right. You can see the captain still bring in more fielders to try and be around Tandia's bat. A brave young man there, Tanzania. Plays a very good shot from him. Plays for Budo Cricket Club in Kampala. Interested in a second, but he started off so very, very slowly. Pass just had to send him back. End of the 23rd over, Uganda 52 for 8. There's a bit of confusion there out in the middle between Pius and Tanzania. I think Pius wanted him to come over, but Tanzania wasn't ready for the run. So in the end, they cancelled it out. But Pius clearly wanted to make sure that he's the man on strike when the new over starts. Udekwe, with the man with the ball in hand, coming in from the pavilion end. Keeps it out there, Tanzania. Very well done by the young one. There's so many overs in the game. What do you think? What's the challenge for the young ones to play out all these overs? Is it because they play a lot of T20 cricket?
No, They are supposed to finish the overs.
Extras, so many today here from the Nigerians. But the Nigerians must be very happy with the performance today. Yesterday, of course, they were bundled out for only 73. But today, they look like a different unit. New belief means they have easily forgotten yesterday's result.
Yes.
And they put in a fine performance with the ball.
Definitely. Umpire anaonyesha wide. Bola anaendelea kurusha. Wamewapa extra run.
Yeah, for now you can say that the Ugandan tail is wagging. Odeke clearly trying to make sure that he finds that Yorker to try and get out Tanzania. Tanzania not failing for the bait so far. I don't know when we shall see Prosper Utseni coming back into the attack. But Odeke has been very, very interested in those terms. He's given away for 22 in 7.3 overs, but he has also picked up 4 wickets. Very well kept out there by Tanzania. Tanzania a lot more brave than all the other batters from the Ugandans. Some of them were trying to be very, very intelligent. And somehow they ended up losing their wickets.
Bola anaonekana ni mzuri kabisa. Shida yake ni kuchukua wicket haraka zilizobaki 2 ili aweze kupata nafasi nzuri katika haya. Uganda nao wamegoma. Wanataka wacheze, wamalize over, ikiwezekana washinde, kwa sababu katika cricket hakuna runs nyingi. Inawezekana ukaziona ni chache lakini ukashindwa kuzirudisha. Kwa hiyo bado game ni nzuri kabisa. Ina mvuto. Mchezaji amezuia vizuri kabisa na over imeisha. Uganda wana 54 na wicket 8 zimeanguka. Over imeisha.
Yeah, 24 overs gone, 54 for 8. The numbers tell a very, very poor story of the game so far for the Ugandans. None of their batters into double figures. They should have Mr. Extras to thank for, because they have gotten 23 gifts from the Nigerians. But none of their batters has gotten into any double figures. And they've scored only 1 boundary the whole game. It's been very, very terrible for the Ugandans so far in terms of batting. Emmanuel Udokwe, 22 for 4. Has done brilliantly at the top of the order there. And edgy there from Paa Soloka. He runs very quickly. And he should be able to comfortably get a second. Prosper Utseni, 10 runs in 7 overs. Victor Samuel, 2 for 4 from 4 overs. Very much on top here, the Nigerians. I think they just need to find a way of closing out the match so that they can be able to chase a very small total in the second innings.
Amepiga shoti lakini haikuzaa matunda. Imezuiliwa mapema sana. Bola anaendelea kurusha kama anavyoonekana. Amerusha mpira mzuri sana.
The biggest partnership for the Ugandans today between Joseph Baguma and Yunus will be worth 16 runs. And currently Tandia and Pius have put together 14 runs. You can see Pius is just trying to work the ball towards the onside so that they get a single to rotate the strike. Hope we don't try and force that too much because it could be dangerous in the end. Yunus will be really dug deep, worked very hard, got 8 from 40. And I think he did a brilliant job to try, and he came in when the wickets were coming down. But at least he took his time, got stuck in there. And if everyone else had had the same heart and spirit like him, probably Uganda could have been in a better position than they are in right now. Tossed up in the air, Pius Oloka just walks it down to mid-on, to leg long on, and they will get a single.
Over imeisha. Wanabadilisha. Salam. Karim. Anakuja kurusha Karim. Uganda wana 57. Wiketi 8 zimeanguka. Over 25 zimeisha. Bora naye kuja kurusha sasa hivi ni Karim. Ridwani ni mrushaji mzuri, hatari. Uganda wanavyoonekana wamekata tamaa, lakini wanahitaji kumaliza over na inawezekana. Na hizo runs walizo score ni nyingi, kwa sababu kwenye cricket hamna runs nyingi wala chache. Unaweza ukaona wamescore chache lakini kuzirudisha ikawa ngumu. Karimu anajiandaa kuja kurusha. Amerusha wide, extra run. Mpigaji ameshindwa kuupiga mpira. Lakini ni mpira ni halali, fair delivery. Karimu anaendelea kurusha. Over 8 zimeisha. Tunaingia over 58 imeisha. Inaingia 59. Amebadilisha mawazo ya kurelease mpira. Anarudia tena kwenda kurusha. Yeah, hiyo imekuwa ni dead ball.
Yeah, Lucy, you understand those things because you're a very good umpire. Okeke Bonaventure into the attack from the pavilion end, but his radar is off for now. The extras have been the problem today for the Nigerians. They've already bowled as many as 25. Nearly half the score is from extras for Team Uganda. Good bat there, good offer there from Pius Oloka. The first batter for Uganda to get into double figures. And he has to work very hard with Abdulaziz Tandia if they are going to get close to at least 100 runs. If they only know we're only halfway the game, we're just into the 25th over. So there's a lot of time for these two to try and put on a very big total. Lucy, for you, 50 over cricket, umpiring 50 over cricket and T20 cricket, which is the easy one?
20.
Why T20 cricket?
Few overs.
Clearly, you don't want to be in the sun for very long. The umpires today, David Odiambo standing there in your frame from Kenya, working alongside Lauren Hackenberg from South Africa. Rocky DiMello from Kenya as well, the third umpire for the day. Yeah, Lucy, before you leave me, what do you think? Where do you think this game will end? What score do you think Uganda will be able to put on?
Maybe 95.
Fair enough. Imtiaz said about the same runs, 90. But Uganda only has about at least 2 wickets in hand.
Uganda, they are coming up. They are hitting a ball by using gaps. So they can reach for...
Uppish in the air a little bit, but very safe. Lands safely into the gap. They'll move on to 60. They need 30 to get to your total. But now they are into the 60s. We'll make a change in the commentary box. John Mukoke will come back to join me as we try and take this game towards the end. 60 for 8 Uganda now after 26 overs. Abdulaziz Tandia and Pa Soloka continuing to work hard for Team Uganda. Ridwan Karim bowling from the road end. John, welcome back.
Thank
While
Jeff.
you were away, things never changed for Uganda except losing wickets. They are now 8 wickets down for only 60.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. It really has been a tough day at the office for the Ugandans. They've had no answers for this attack from Nigeria. And spinners have just continued from the good start that the seamers put on. Just wasn't too happy about the spinners really having too many boundary fielders. I felt like they should have just challenged the Ugandans to hit over the top. Such as that, you'll create the chances. You don't really mind shots like that. The outfield is heavy. There's often a saying that you have to give some to get some. You have to give a little to get a little. As we see, Uganda move to 64 for 8.
Yeah, very true, John. And I think that is one of the mistakes that teams make. Sometimes you feel like you want to overcompensate. You want to take everything without giving away nothing. Like you've mentioned, you need to always just stay in attack mode. That's what the Namibians did yesterday against the Tanzanians. Sometimes some of the runs will come away. Hit hard there by Pius.
As you see, that's a free single. It would have rather hit mid-off, and that would have been a dot ball. So you saw the lower order just come in and just start hitting the ball, driving the ball down the ground with no risk at all. Whereas I don't think technically they are in the position to hit over the top. They don't possess that skill, because it is a skill to hit over the top.
And you know, for someone like Pius, he's the kind of player who will thrive when the field is spread. But if the players are closer to him, then he will have to think very hard about where he needs to score his runs. Yeah, and that would cause him to play a false shot. So I think
negative mindset.
Trying to overthink it, in my opinion.
Yeah. So as you see, even from yesterday, Nigeria bouncing back today. I think they are a young side. They will learn. Hopefully, Ridwan will get to know that and be more attacking with his spinners. It is something that he's still got a long way, and he will learn. He's in the national team already, so he will gain a lot of experience and see that once you have a team down, lovely cut off the back foot, running away, should be able to run it down, won't go to the boundary, get a lovely 2.
Yeah, John, I've liked the application of Tandia. He's really played within his own means. He's supported pass very well, and now he's starting to grow in confidence, playing a couple of shots. You saw him backing away from that one and hitting it behind point to pick up a double. So this is a nice partnership that is growing slowly. May start to get the Nigerians very anxious, because if they get close to the 100-run mark, then you start getting a bit worried. End of the 27th over, 67 for 8, Team Uganda. Well played there by Pius. They will pick up a single.
Just coming really too easily now for these singles. You want to challenge them and just take the risk, try hit me over the top.
Sometimes that's a problem with the tail. You run out of ideas on how to clean them up. They keep confusing you.
As we say that, the field does come up, long on and long off coming up into the circle. Great thinking by the skipper. Ooh, up-ish drive. Doesn't carry back to the bowler.
But I still like what Tanzania has done. He hasn't tried to force anything or try and force the issue, play big shots. If the ball has been there for him to drive, he's been able to drive it. If he's there to clip.
You see, if he feels now he has to be a bit more aggressive, as you see with that last shot. Now he's wondering, where's my single going to come from? With middle on the middle off coming up. So he's trying to bend his back a little bit more, and that's going to create a chance.
I think Pius keeps talking to him and tells him, just don't fall for that. It's okay, even if we got only just one run.
So many overs, he can afford to be a little negative. See, now he's going to a different option of a shot.
Tanzania is really a very young man. You can see the helmet. Even giving him trouble every time he's trying to take a single. All these are boys who've grown around the game there in Logogo in Kampala. Tanzania, Gerald Olipa. Just a couple of years ago, they were young boys who like to play a local game we call Konkona, which is really for the young ones, tennis ball, cricket. So they keep knocking it around while the big ones play. But now it's good to see them in national colors.
Ooh, big shot down to deep mid wicket. Chance for Udeke. Settles down. Takes it very, very simple catch. Huge mistake by Pius. Just as we were complimenting how calm he's been in the middle. Losing their 9th wicket now. 69 for 9. Uganda. Huge error in judgment.
Yeah, he rushed to the head there from Pius, picking out the only fielder on the boundary. Same kind of dismissal to Joseph Baguma. Again, intelligent from the Nigerians, because the fielder just moved back. When Tanzania was batting, the field was in the circle. But when Pius got the strike, the field moved back. Sometimes you can forget and stay inside. But this time the field moved back, and Pius picked out the only man who was on the rope. Uganda now 9 wickets down for 70.
You know, you must feel for the young man as he's going back, holding his head, looking up to the skies, wondering what he has done. He'll feel like he's let his country down. He was looking good. He was well set. Really do feel for the young man, but it is how the cookie crumbles. He will learn from his mistakes for sure. Ali Balidawa, last man coming in. Few words from the coach coming in. He surely wouldn't be having a drink of water having come in just from outside.
Yeah, I think now with the dismiss of Pius, the last recognized batter for the Ugandans, it's just a matter of time before the Nigerians can wrap this up and look at chasing down whatever total has been set for them.
Yeah, Pius really was looking good. It's amazing when you're young, you just get that moment where you want to release the pressure, where you feel, you know, I have to just go for glory. He really got a good load of it as well. Caught right on the boundary. Ali Balidawa taking strike. Interesting to see that they do have a left-hander in the side. I would have felt it's always nice to just mix it up, have a couple of left-handers at the top, but we do know they do come at a premium. Not every nation is blessed with that.
Not so much for Uganda. We hardly produce lefties. They are gold dust for us. Balidawa.
Oh no, one goes in the air. First ball for Balidawa. Fortunately, not able to keep that one down. It's not really his job to bat. His job is to come in later with the ball. So he did try his best. Fortunately, just not good enough. All out Uganda for 69.
Well, the thing about that dismissal for me, John, is that if you had watched how Tandia reacted, he was trying to tell him that all you needed to do was to block the ball. What business do you have trying to pop it up in the air? Because Tandia has really worked hard, the young one, to try and hang in there. But that will be it for Uganda. They are all out for 69. Nigeria will need 70 from as many as 300 balls for them to pick up the victory. The batting today unavailable for Team Uganda. They won the toss and elected to bat first, but they've been bundled out for only 69. Nigeria will need 70 runs, but what a fine bowling performance, a hostile bowling performance from the Nigerians' first bowlers. Udekwe, see the batting scorecard there for the Ugandans. Pa Soloka with a late cameo, 17 from 32, but none of the other batters was able to get into any double figures. The Nigerians, very generous, gifted the Ugandans with 25 extras. But that is all that was in this particular match. Look at the required rate, just 1.5 runs required for the Nigerians to pick up the win. The Ugandans will need a miracle with the ball if they are going to make sure that they upset the Nigerians, who are the favorites right now. The bowling scorecard, the two opening bowlers, very, very hostile in the beginning. 4 for 22 from Emmanuel Udekwe, and 1 for 10 for Prosper Husseini from 7 overs. Those two really set the tone for the game for the Nigerians. They ripped through that batting order and made sure that they set up the game for the rest of the bowling. Good support there from Victor Samuel, 2 for 4 and 2 for 2 for Okeke, as the Nigerians bundled out the Ugandans for 69. $70 from 300 balls is the requirement for the Nigerians after the lunch break, and we'll as well take a short break and we'll be back with the second innings after the lunch break. We are back for the second innings for this particular clash here at the University of Dar es Salaam ground. Uganda taking on Nigeria. Uganda won the toss earlier on and elected to bat first, but unfortunately they were in trouble immediately, pegged down by some very hostile bowling from Udekwe Emmanuel. 4 for 22 for him as he ripped through the top order for the Ugandans, and at 17 for 5 they just never recovered from that. Somehow they found their way to 69 thanks to the heroics mostly of Pius Oloka, who got 17, and 25 extras that were gifted to them from the Nigerians. But other than that, the Nigerians have given themselves a chance to come back in the tournament if they can be able to find 70 runs in the second innings. Look at that batting scorecard for the Ugandans. Only one batter getting into double figures. 17 from 32 for Pius Oloka. He battled well with Tandia Abdulaziz. Tandia Abdulaziz unbeaten on 4 from 21. But they had the biggest partnership of the game. Top effort, I would say, I'll give kudos there for Sowobi Yunus, who did well. 8 of 40 balls. But he's one of the batsmen who tried to dig in. He's stuck in for quite some time. He just never found an able partner to hang around with him long enough to create enough damage. Nigeria need only 70 from 300 balls for them to get the victory. Like I've mentioned, a hostile spell there, 4 for 22 from Emmanuel Udekwe. That set the tone of the match, and he was ably supported by another man who's already made his debut for the Yellow Greens, Prosper Husseini, 1 for 10. The two of them combined for a total of 5 wickets, and all of them were in the top order. And from there on, Uganda was on the back foot throughout the rest of the game. 2 wickets for Okeke, but most of that. But the other bowlers also good enough to make sure that Uganda never got away. The two umpires there are strolling back into the middle. David Odiambo from Kenya and Lauren Hackenberg from South Africa. We are ready for the second innings. Uganda need to defend only 70 runs for them to be able to stay in contention as one of the teams that will go to the World Cup. There's only one slot available for the 6 teams that are here at the qualifiers in Tanzania. At the other ground, at the Dar Gymkhana, Sierra Leone are taking on Kenya. They are moving on very nicely. Sierra Leone, who are batting first. But wherever they will finish will mean that Kenya need to find something for them to get a victory as well. The Ugandans will come on for their defense. You can see them running onto the pitch to defend 70 runs. The game ending so early that even the people who were supposed to deliver lunch to the ground were surprised. They were still setting up before the first innings ended. But nonetheless, we'll see how much the Ugandans can be able to get out of a few overs before we can go for a lunch break. My name is Dennis Musale, and I'm here with John Mukokwe. John, what did you make of this first inning from the Ugandans?
It was really quite a spell and quite a display of fast bowling by Nigeria. It was really masterclass. Husseini supporting Udeke, who just, unfortunately for him, missing out on a fifer, but he'll be proud of his efforts. The two openers for Nigeria out there, PP and SS as they're affectionately known, Salim Salau and Pam Paul, been together a while, been opening the job together. They really know each other's game. Salim tends to knock it about, build an innings. Pam Paul assesses the wicket a bit, but does like to give it a bit of a whack. Interesting that similar scores, first inning scores to yesterday. Nigeria being bundled out for in the 70s, 73 all out, and today now inflicting the same damage onto Uganda. With the issue of net run rate, it's going to be interesting as well how Nigeria goes about this chase, Dennis. They're going to want to get it in as few overs as possible.
Yeah, very true. I don't know what you want to do first. Do you want to go for the win, or you never want to have net run it on the back of your mind because it will come back and bite you? So first things first secure the win, and the rain rattle will take care of itself.
True, you have to respect the game. You still have to get yourself in, see what the wicket is doing. Different pitch to what they played on yesterday. A little stripping used today. Maybe rather similarly in the first innings of both days.
Yeah, and I'm sure you say that, John, because of the victories yesterday. Have an opportunity to win. You need to win big.
I agree, Dennis. As we said in the morning, this strip looking much, much better. And you can see even in the first innings, it did settle down. The lower order was able to knock the ball about. Pretty much no demons really in the wicket. Pumpo will be on strike. He won't be too bothered. Facing spin up front.
Yeah, the assignment for the Ugandans is only very simple. You need 10 good balls. You cannot defend 70 of 300 balls. So you can see they've started with Joseph Baguma. There's a silly in there already. They are going to try and make sure that they pick up as many wickets as possible. Brian Asaba standing in the slips. Very, very good slip fielder, Brian Asaba. He's hoping that his brother can pop one for him and get Uganda going immediately.
Data first up, really put his back into that one. Generate a bit of pace behind it.
Joseph Baguma, a very, very good bowler, one for the future. He has one that goes the other way, a beautiful one. So you need to be very, very careful as a batter. Wide's not given there, meaning there was something on that. The keeper just never took it cleanly. And Joseph Baguma turns the ball very big. So I think he's going to be the key bowler. I think he's going to be the key bowler for Uganda.
Oh, full toss. Eyes lit up for Pampo. Almost being undone by Yoko. Yoking himself, really.
You can see that again there on the replay.
Lots of flight.
I don't know how that missed the wickets. Too greedy there from PP.
That really beat him in flight. Completely bamboozled. Oh, such intelligent bowling. Oh, great take by the keeper.
Yeah, you can see there's too much turn on that. Joseph Baguma just needs to find the right raider. And will be through that gate. I don't know how you play this, especially for a guy like PP. I mean, 69 runs, very few runs in the game. Do you want to just keep it tight? Are you cautious in your attack? Or you go after the bowling? Throw everything at them.
I think he has to just settle down. He is a good player of spin. Did very, very well in the qualifiers back in Nigeria. He's really not the best of starters. He's very nervy in the beginning. Takes a while just to settle down, but once he does get in, he really is good on the eye.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe you just get stuck into a bowler like Joseph Baguma, who's very good. You make sure you get the runs, start hitting the ball immediately. Don't allow him to settle, because if you do, then it could cause trouble for the rest of the team. End of the first, 2-0, Nigeria. Musa Majid will come from the pavilion end for Team Uganda. Pacer and the medium pacer and the spinner from either end. I'm still not understanding the plan from the Ugandans. I thought they were trying to use the spinners. Maybe Tandia wouldn't have been a bad option right now. Or even Ali Balidawa, the left-arm spinner.
I'd agree with you about the statement you made in the previous over, Dennis, that, you know, you want to take down Joseph. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but he seems like the kind of bowler who does gain confidence with each positive result, each dot ball that he bowls at you. And you can find yourself after a few deliveries really, really under the pump and not being able to get him away, because he can just land it on a coin. He's quite accurate with his spin. Good variations, as we saw. First up delivery was very quick. Then he slowed it down, almost cleaning up, completely bamboozled Pampor. Good energy from Uganda, as we've come accustomed to from throughout the age group right up to nationals. They really, really are a dynamic fielding team. Good culture of fielding within the nation as a whole. Always flying around, always running around, encouraging each other. Very good fielders, very good catchers. Paul is sweating. You can see that he's sweating on something loose just to put it away, calm himself down. He does really enjoy hitting boundaries. Not like being dotted up too much.
I like the initials PP Paul. The other name sounds a little bit Chinese. Chung.
Yeah.
Chang. Chung.
Ooh.
Chung Chang.
Yeah.
We need to do some research from
I
the
agree with
Nigerians.
you. I think
Which side of Nigeria it comes from?
his physique, he kind of reminds me of son of Jasuria. He's very strong,
Yeah.
very well built, good forearms on him, very powerful in his legs as well. He loves to throw the hands through the ball.
Wickets is the name of the game for Team Uganda. They need to find a breakthrough very early. What set the tone yesterday for Namibia to pick up that victory against the Tanzanians was the bowling from Jackie Thomas. He picked up a wicket off the first ball of the game, and from there on, they got the energy from that for the other 9 wickets to come down very easily.
It's very intelligent from the young Namibians. What they said that we're just going to bowl wicket to wicket, you miss, I hit, type of thing, and really, really pay dividends for them. And that's where you want to be. You want to make sure that you're making the batter play as much as possible, and see how long he can hold his patience.
Yeah, in 2015, Uganda was on the wrong end of a result here at the Dar es Salaam University ground against the Nigerians. A couple of people have already told me maybe it's a case of deja vu.
Oh, they put down a chance from Paul Palm. As we said, he loves to throw his hands at the ball. Fortunately, now he's gifted a chance. He's been gifted a life in the covers.
Yeah, when it's your day, some of those stick. But maybe today is not that day. Abdulaziz Tanya, it was struck very hard to him. A short ball with it on offer. Palm Paul struck that family. I don't even blame Abdulaziz because
his technique wasn't great. He was caught in between going, fingers pointing up and down.
Yeah, the ball even came very quickly to him.
In the end.
So runs saved, not chance put down for me.
At this level, if you want to get to the World Cup, that's a sitter. Here comes another one. And Pam Paul, 2 in 2 chances. He's gone. Nigeria 3 for 1. Lovely bowling by Majid, holding his calm, pitching it up again to Pam Paul. Pam Paul will be very, very disappointed. What an easy dismissal. Really a nothing shot. Caught in between, going right over and following through and just chipping it.
Yeah,
decided to chip it in the end.
Abdulaziz Tadia will be a relieved man because Pam Paul doesn't make Uganda pay for that chance that he was put down. Again, just more or less popping the ball straight to Anas Beg, who takes a very simple catch. Uganda now pick up their first wicket. There's nothing short nothing in that shot at all. Just popping the ball up in the air there. Simple catch for the man standing at bid off. Uganda pick up the first wicket. Gerald Olipa with the catching. Uganda pick up the first wicket. Nigeria now 3 for 1.
Coming in number 3 for Nigeria, Okweke Chijoke, Damien. Had a good game yesterday. Well, stuck around a bit. So found himself as well playing a loose shot, getting impatient, losing his wicket. As a number 3, you want to really have the right temperament to play big innings for your side.
Besides the cricket, John, I'll tell you the skyline around the ground here looking very nice. A lot of high-rising buildings. Others coming up, others already in the place. But back to the cricket, 3 for 1. Is that the wicket that Uganda needed to, give them lift their spirits up a little bit, try and make more inroads into that Nigerian batting?
I can say it'll be a very nervous change room, Nigerian change room. They'll be thinking and getting deja vu of yesterday. Similar sort of dismissals yesterday, just nothing shots, chipping balls to fielders.
During
Lack
the
of application, and having watched them in Division 2, you can they do play better than they have put on display so far. Yes, the levels are different, but they're not doing themselves any favor. And what you want to expect from these youngsters is sort of at least play to your ability as much as possible.
very true.
So far, they've let themselves down.
Yeah, and I think you and I during the break we walked past the team manager for the Ugandan team. If he's a cake, he's about to get ready. He's been baking himself in that sun. He hasn't moved an inch. He's been seated there for the whole first innings. He's still seated in the sun. And we also met the Tanzanian coach Jimmy, who said that you see the problem with coaching kids, they will break your heart more often than women will. So
oh, variation delivery, called wide, going for the leg on that occasion.
yeah, you can see there Salim not happy with himself because he threw the bat at it. You can get a feather through to the keeper because it was nothing delivery. Oh, very good ball in there from Joseph. Tossed it up in the air, trying to make sure it gets some turn. I don't like the approach from the Nigerians. Very conservative for now. Instead of looking positive, their balls, they can offer shots, but they are choosing to just keep them out.
The bowling has been accurate, must be said. There hasn't really been too many looseness. Pampor got one in the covers and he just threw his hands at it, was dropped, and then immediately chipped one that wasn't quite there for the shot, or at least he should have gone right over the top. Here's something slightly loose. Managed to hustle it away through covers for one.
Yeah, misfield there from Paya Soloka. There's a bit of misunderstanding from the two batters out in the middle. If he had picked up the ball cleanly, there was a chance for Team Uganda.
Salim Salah, he's off the mark. Still a little bit of a tentative push to cover, but he'll be happy that he's off the mark. Sometimes batters just need that one run just to calm yourself down and say, okay, now I can do it. Ooh. Really gripped and turned right past him.
I know. I'm just thinking, Joseph, Sean, look at that again. That's the other one. Just turns away from the batter, beating the outside edge. The Nigerians going through the Ugandans with pace. And then now Joseph Baguma comes in to bowl. His leg is off his. And they are doing the trick for Uganda. He hasn't picked a wicket yet, but he's creating the necessary pressure and doubt in the batters' minds.
True, Dennis. 3 overs gone. Nigeria 5 for 1. Majid to continue. He's sitting on 1 for 1. Lovely rhythm from the young man. Doesn't exert himself too much in his run-up. Good rhythm, just comes in nicely. Let's rip. Lots of energy at the crease from the young man. Good follow through as well. Right down the line towards the batter. Oh, lovely delivery. And if there is a delivery that does bother Salim Salah, it is that one. He tends to just push away from that ball with his gloves a bit. Does pop catches to gully and slips a bit. Even the keeper. Oh, good energy through that ball.
Very good stuff there from Musa Majid. Late entrant in the team, only got into the team on the final day before the boys traveled here, because the person who was supposed to be in the team originally, Christopher Kidega, hurt himself. So I'm shocked that he actually is a late veteran in the team, and he gets a place in the playing 11 immediately.
Yeah. He's impressed me, really.
Yeah, even in the game against the washout against the Namibians, I think he put in a very good shift. Ooh,
Ooh.
put in a very good shift bowling from one of the ends.
Yeah. And at the moment, he's really set him up nicely with a couple of outswingers. You want to see now, maybe towards the end of the over, just bringing one back and seeing how the batter handles it.
Yeah,
Salim as well, showing good calm and composure now, playing some leaves. Yesterday, there was not a single leave in the first 4 overs. They were throwing their hands at everything. Oh.
some of the balls taking off, others staying very low. But the thing about Musa Majid is that he's found a way of making sure that he's just bowling wicket to wicket stuff. Doesn't try to do so much. Maybe as it grows up, it just needs to add. When you set up a batter, you need to know how to find a wolf, surprising them with something different, and then you'll get a reward for all your hard work. But he's a very good young bowler, and that is the challenge. Not the challenge.
Oh, there's the in-swinger, and he has got him. He really, really did bring him across the crease quite nicely. Nigeria now 5'2". That was the one that we spoke about, Dennis. He did set him up so beautifully, really. And then he brought that in-swinger. What a very, very intelligent bit of bowling.
Yeah, very good stuff there from Musa Majid, and should be a coach. I see these things before they happen. Musa Majid now coming back with the other one. This time surprising the batter. Salim caught on his crease. Had no answers for that. Strapped OBW Nigeria now 5 for 2. Look at that again.
Dragged him really, really far across. Hit on the back foot. Plumb as they come.
Yeah, like you always say, feet in the toilet.
Yeah, really didn't go nowhere. His weight was just stuck on the crease.
Yeah, stuck on his crease. Musa Majid trapping him. I'm thinking the Ugandan team manager may be one of those superstitious people. Doesn't want to change. You need to sit in one place for the whole game. I'm worried about him. He's been in the sun for quite some time.
As we see the captain of Nigeria coming in at 5 for 2. Abdul Karim Ridwan, huge work for him. And now the nerves will really, really be starting through and going through that change room, Nigerian change room. They'll be wondering, we only managed 73 yesterday. Can we even chase 70 today?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Psychological, I don't know how things work out. Sometimes against small totals, they seem so difficult to try and get them. And then if you're chasing probably 250 or 300, you come out in a free spirit and you make a charge for it.
And you can really be caught in between sometimes as a side. Do we go for it? How do we chase this total? Later on in my life, I just decided, as I was at the top of the order, there's only one way to go, really. And I'm going to go down swinging, I'm going to go down fighting. And it really didn't matter to me if I go out in the first over, but that's going to be my approach completely, because a lovely cover drive. Salim Salah getting through. Beg your okay. Comes through for 2. So sometimes you can just get caught in between. Do we go hard? Do we just take the ball on merit? So, I decided very, very clear in the end that, just go for it, these small totals. Sometimes even sending a pinch hitter, such as a Prosper, a huge hit of the ball. It's never a bad idea. And then he's clear in his mindset what the team needs from him as well.
I think after this game, I'll do some research and find out how many runs you got with that approach. Not so sure.
That really served me well in the end. I think as before, it was always like your mindset, it's a bit blurred.
Much better there from Joseph. Slows it down a little bit. Very, very heavy outfield. You saw that shot, a very good one, but from Okeke, couldn't run away and get him value for the shot. Heavy outfield. Uganda only scored 1 boundary in their innings.
Well played by Okeke. Gets singled down to point. And that's what I mean from Nigerian top order. You just need someone maybe to take the game by the scruff of the neck here and there. Not saying being reckless, but just really sort of show some authority. Ridwan has been in tremendous form leading up into the tournament. So made his debut for the national side. So he is genuine leader within the side, and everybody expects. There's a lot of expectation for him as a young man. He's moved from last Division 2. He was batting at number 8. Now he's batting number 4. Being given the responsibility. Oh, misfield by Uganda. Really uncharacteristic from Uganda. Very good field inside.
Yeah, the gift there from Anas Bey gets Ridman Karim off the mark. But I like the point that you make. Someone needs to take authority of the innings. It just looks like everyone is trying to play the same way, and then in the end they lose their wicket.
Yeah.
So you just need to come and stamp your authority on the game. Some assuring shots will get them in good touch. After 5 overs, Nigeria is 9 for 2, and that at the Dar Gymkhana. Sierra Leone have posted 140 all out yesterday. Namibia got around about the same total, and they picked up the win. Sierra Leone picked up a victory against Nigeria yesterday, so they are unbeaten in the tournament. They are as good as Namibia in terms of points,
Yeah,
and with a very positive net run rate. So you just never know.
yeah, and credit to them. They faced 47 overs or so, so they did take the game deep. They were not reckless.
For a man of the quality that Ridwan Karim has, that's a half volley, genuine one. No, throw your hands at it, no fear. Because the next one may be a ripper.
Yeah, though he got out to spin yesterday, he's someone who prefers to score his runs against spin. Obviously, being a spinner as well himself, he likes to just knock about the seamers. Oh, clean bowled. Majidi's on fire. He gets his third. Nigeria 9 for 3. Unfortunately, that one did keep back, but he was stuck in the crease. He should have come forward to that delivery. It was relatively full. Not too sure it was a ball that you could be seen playing back to.
Yeah, you want to say that there are some demons in the wicket because Ridman just went back on that one and stayed so low, crept under his bat and took out his middle stump. I feel sorry for him, you would say, because that stayed so low.
Really should have been forward. He was nowhere, not in between, just caught in between. It did keep low, but when you see yourself sometimes when you commit to that front foot, you actually find that you cover a lot. It didn't move that much, but he was just caught on the back foot. Technical error by the captain. He has to get his marching orders.
9 for 3. Now the momentum with the Ugandans. They've been able to pick up 3 quick wickets and not for so many. Only 9 runs given away by them. Nigeria needs to find someone with authority to make sure that they can control the run chase. They only need 70 runs. They only need 61 runs from 44.4 overs. But they've already lost 3 wickets. The batting.
Chinemanye Solomon coming in, number 5.
This kind of surface, John, tests your technique and your skill. I mean, some of the boys have really gotten some very good balls, but then they have those kind of deliveries that sometimes you have nothing to do about them.
True. I like what you said about technique. You really want to be sure that you get what
You're not in between.
You're not in between at all in your mindset, in your thinking. He gets forward. Lovely. Here's a chance for a run out. Oh, it would have been well out, well and truly gone if the stumps were taken down. Huge error in judgment by Solomon, just anxious to get off the mark. Suicidal run.
Suicidal run, I think, for Solomon. He just wanted to get off the strike, but that was totally a wrong call. Very well done there by the captain, Fahad Mutagana. Everything good about that. The only thing missing was the wicket.
The wickets, yeah. Very good scoop by Fahad, the skipper. Fortunately, he did miss the sticks. That would have been 10 for 4. Can you imagine?
9 for 4.
Oh,
Because that would be less than a run.
Right, yeah. My goodness.
Everything is happening here at the University of Dar es Salaam, where Uganda are taking on Nigeria.
Solomon is another one. Very good technical player. Good on the cut in the pull. And pretty much all the shots, but yet to just break through and get those big scores. You know, it's more of a mental issue with him. But being a young man, you do believe he will get there and break through.
Yeah, you can see there Majid trying to work that in swinger. as the one that slides down leg side. I've been in a couple of games like this, John. Low scoring encounters. Most times, just before the lunch break, you pick up a lot of wickets. And then that break just completely turns off the switch. Come back after lunch, and then the other guys have been able to regroup, get together, and then in the end they take away the game. So normally when the umpire tells you to go for
lovely shot by Okeke, good weight transfer into the ball, should reach the boundary. Lovely boundary by Okeke. Nigeria move on to 15 for 3 with that shot, and that's what we were talking about. Good positive intent.
Yeah, too much width there on offer from Musa Majid. Throws enough bat on that. Okeke gets value for the shot. The chase was in vain. This time, the first boundary for the Nigerians.
Okeke is lovely on the eye. One of those batters that you can't, once he gets going, you do not move your seat. Very entertaining for the crowd. Confidence is a funny thing for batters, or even I guess all cricketers in general. And you'd find that sometimes as a batting lineup, if your confidence is low, it sort of seems to just go through the side, and you find yourselves in situations like this, losing 3, 4, 5 wickets in bundles. It's difficult to get out of that culture sometimes as a side. Oh, lovely weight transfer into the ball. Good defensive shot to close off the over. 6 overs gone. Nigeria 15 for 3. As we see the Tanzanian side here to support, well, to have a look at the opposition that they will be facing, sitting there out there today, having their off day. They are now out there in camp watching and making sure that they are taking notes about the opposition and not just sitting back at the hotel. Want to see it live and make sure that they're also adjusting and seeing what the surfaces is doing. They're yet to play on the ground themselves. Good initiative by them.
Yeah, the Tanzanians are playing Uganda tomorrow, so probably they've come here to do their homework. The Tanzanian coach Jimmy Kamande, someone who knows the potential of the Ugandans, so he probably knows a thing or two about them. Just needs his boys to play more attention, try and pick up a couple of things. But sometimes in low scores, there's very little that you can pick up. The team will not use all its bowlers.
Majid, 3 for 7 of his 3 overs, really has blown the game wide open and given Uganda a chance, and then belief as well. Surely they'd have belief, but the morale would have been down at the end of the last innings, only managing 69, but he's really given them a sniff of hope with some quality fast bowling. Who will be the hero today for their side? Majid is definitely trying to put his hand up. Nigeria require a hero. Oh. Change in bowling at the road end. Yunusu Suwobi coming in. Captain Fahad deciding that he needs seam from both ends. Joining him in commentary, replacing Dennis Musali. And we've got Abdullah. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, lovely positive intent. Great fieldings there, just to keep it down to 1. It really was traveling well middled.
Yes, it's a good start from the Ugandans. They've shown good energy, bowling well, consistent line and length, troubling the batters. But Nigeria, I like their intent. They're showing positivity. They're trying to look for runs. They're bouncing on loose balls. They're not afraid to drive.
Yeah, there's been a change in energy from this pair of Okeke and Solomon. They've sort of just transferred a little bit of energy back onto the field inside and make sure that, they have that intent. This partnership looking good. A lot of power in the previous shot, picked up, well stopped at mid-on, was traveling to the boundary for sure. Every partnership from now is going to be critical for Nigeria, but this one is the big one. I feel like if Uganda break through here, the gates will be wide open.
Yes, I think in low scores you just need small partnerships to take you through.
That's so true, Abdullah. Just a young 20, 30 run partnership is really, really match winning. Oh, lovely shot. Ukeke going bang over the top. Carries all the way for 6. Great intent from the young man.
That is quite clearly the shot of the day.
That is the shot of the day.
Brilliant shot.
22 for 3, the score moves to. As we were talking about that energy transference, you know, you have to stay positive. And that was great intent. Keeper deciding now that he's going to come back and push the batter back into the crease. Lovely to see as well. Really slightly overpitched, using his feet and going bang over the top. Letting the Ugandans know that you're not going to really get the better of me. I am going to be here. I'm going to play my shots as well. Great initiative by the young Ukeke.
I really like the decision by the keeper to come up forward, because I think the batsman was getting comfortable coming down the crease and trying to go attack mode. I think the keeper coming forward has just maybe pushed him back into a bit of defensive mode.
Ooh. Bit of a half and half shot to end the over. 7 overs gone. Nigeria 22 for 3. It will be Mujid to continue. And why not? Really has bowled well. Picked up 3 wickets in the bag for him, all 3 wickets.
Ndio, Musa Majid amebowl vizuri sana. Kumbuka alikuwa hayupo kwenye squad ilipotolewa mwanzo. Ameletwa kama replacement player. Bola wao mmoja wa Uganda ameumia, kwa hiyo yeye kaitwa, na kuanzia mechi ya kwanza ameletwa kwenye starting lineup na ameonyesha kiwango nzuri. Amebowl vizuri mechi zote, amebowl na energy, amebowl na uzito. Leo amebowl vizuri sana, amechukua wiketi 3 na anaendelea kumfurahisha kocha na kumfurahisha kocha aliyemchagua, aliyemwamini, amemweka kwenye starting lineup. Kumbuka mechi hiyo unaweza ukaifuata live kwenye YouTube channel, ni Tanzania Cricket Association. Ni bure kabisa. Mechi nzima unaweza ukaona live. Pia mechi nyingine ambayo inachezeshwa uwanja wa Dar Gymkhana ya katika Kenya na Sierra Leone, pia unaweza ukafuata live kwenye hiyo channel ya YouTube ya Tanzania Cricket Association.
Great over so far. Solomon showing good patience.
Ukiwa unacheza over 50 haina haja ya kupiga kila mpira. Unachagua tu mpira ambayo upo kwenye range yako na unapiga, maana bola lazima, kuna mpira 300, lazima bola akupe mpira mingi ambayo ni kwenye sehemu yako ambayo ni shot yako. Kwa inabidi utulie tu. Na Solomon anaonyesha utulivu mzuri. Ametulia kwenye crease tangu amepoingia. Ana bet vizuri. Mpira ku drive ana drive. Mpira ku defense anazuia vizuri. Na hiyo partnership ni muhimu sana kwa ajili ya Nigeria. Very important for the Nigerians, this partnership.
Very true, Abdullah. This is the one. You have to believe that. Great positive intent again. Fortunately, not putting it away. That's a maiden over from the young and very prosperous Mujid. 8 overs gone, 22 for 3. Change of bowling, and they have gone back from the road end back to the opening bowler, Joseph Baguma, the off spinner. Not a bad decision. He really was bowling well. Ooh. On the money, first up from him.
Uganda walijaribu over moja ya sim toka end ya road. Walijaribu over moja ya sim lakini Okeke alimcheza vizuri sana. Kwa hiyo wakamrudisha Baguma. Ambaye ana experience ameshawahi kucheza national team. Na ni mmoja wa players ambao wana experience kati ya timu hii ya Uganda.
Well left by Okeke. Ooh. Good application. Only a dot ball, but good application by these two. Really not taking too many unnecessary risks. But when the opportunity arises, they are very, very positive. They are looking to score, which is what it's a good thing as well. Ooh. There was a man placed there at the beginning of the game. Now they've taken him out. Would have gone straight into his hands.
I think the longer this partnership keeps on building, I think the more pressure will be put on Uganda to maybe change the bowlers, bring on new bowlers.
As we see a bit of an error in judgment, ball bamboozling the keeper as well, conceding a single and an extra in wides. Hasn't been too bad, the keeper, Ronald Umara. He's been quite clean, in all honesty.
Yes, so good technique too.
That's the end of the over. Nigeria 24, 9 overs gone, Nigeria 24 for 3.
Baada ya over 9 kukamilika, Nigeria wana run 24 na wiketi 3.
Bowling change from the pavilion end. Majid gets a break. Coming in, Ali Balidawa. So spin from both ends. Left arm finger spinner. It's coming in at the end where Raymond, man of the match yesterday, Raymond Cocker, beg your pardon, bowled for Sierra Leone, and he caused all kinds of trouble from that end. Different wicket, of course. But you can use the variation, the wind that's blowing across into the right-hander from that end. And then the ball will grip and turn. Oh, was a bit of a sound. He's his pad.
Loud appeal there from the Ugandans. Nothing doing.
And left arm spin did cause a lot of trouble for them. Dot ball. Because within the Nigerian side, they've got an off spinner and they've got a leg spinner, but you could see that they don't face too much left arm finger spin, and that's what caused a lot of trouble for them. And it's such a different dynamic. You're not too sure where to line it up sometimes, and the key there is you have to get the length right. Oh. Because the left arm finger spinner bowling around the wicket, he's challenging both the outside edge as well as the inside edge. Bold and LBW is coming into the equation, so lots of modes of dismissals there that you can get trapped in.
Plus, he's getting lovely drift into the batsman because the wind is blowing
100%.
towards the batsman. Yeah.
Good patience shown by Okeke. You kind of felt that the pressure was building. He wanted to go after the spinner. Balidawa. Ooh, half a chance to cover, to short cover. Didn't carry. Getting through on a half volley.
Still, the good thing with Okeke is he's trying, when he gets a bad ball, he's trying to get it away. He's trying to put it away. He's not building pressure for himself by dot balls. And like that, if the ball's on the leg side, he just clips it away for one. Very good batting.
He's looking to score for sure. 10 of us gone. Nigeria have moved along. Bit of a partnership developing. 25 now for the loss of 3 wickets.
Baada ya kuisha power play, Nigeria wana run 25 na wamepoteza wiketi 3.
Oh, lap. He's just gifted his wicket away. Young Okeke, he's gone. 25 for 4 now, Nigeria. Huge judgment and error and judgment. Okeke gone.
Was in two minds whether to sweep or just leave it. I think would have been better off just sweeping it completely.
Joseph Baguma, he's on the scoreboard now. He gets his first wicket. Just wanted to put him under a bit of pressure. Simple error and judgment. Yeah, leading edge. He has to go, unfortunately. Nigeria in a spot of bother. Partnership broken. As we see, Abi aborted David. Ilek Binosi coming in for Nigeria. Okoeke will be very disappointed. He was looking like $1 million. Fortunately for him, just getting the ball to grip a bit, turning the face a little bit early, getting that easy leading edge and easy catch to short fine leg.
As we can see, there are some supporters for Nigeria. Kuna mashabiki waliokuja kutoka Nigeria hapa kusupport timu yao.
Yeah, good contingent coming through to support these youngsters. Always a lot of love and support for Nigeria, even back home. Sure, people be standing up, following the streams. Greetings to all of you, wherever you may be. Off the mark immediately. Abiyabode.
Baguma akiwa anazidisha kuweka pressure katika mabatsmen. Batsman mpya huyo.
Oh.
Solomon ambaye amebet vizuri sana hadi sasa hivi, lakini kapoteza partner wake ambaye alikuwa anacheza vizuri zaidi, Okeke. Sasa itakuwa majukumu yamemzidi, manake yeye ndo ni set batsman sasa hivi, lazima amchukue mwenzake aende naye mpaka mwisho.
Joseph really into his work now. Attempted sweep. Dot ball. Joseph is into his 4th over. He's only conceded 11 runs and already picked up a wicket. Beg your pardon, he's into his 5th over. So really being tight with his bowling.
I was just saying the responsibility has shifted to Solomon to now do the scoring, because Okeke was helping him with the scoring. Okeke was doing most of the scoring.
Short, pulled away down to square leg. Plugging away, gets a good boundary. That's what you need to do.
That is really
Nigeria moves to 30 for the loss of 4 wickets. Solomon doing the right thing, getting a loose ball and packing it away. Lovely. Rare short ball from Joseph, smashed away to the deep square leg. Great shot by the young Solomon. Ali Balidawa to continue from the pavilion end. He'll be going down to Abiabode. Fresh to the wicket. Huge appeal, one keeping low on Solomon, Abiabode.
It was a very ordinary bowling. There was ordinary batting, sorry. But the batsman didn't really try and bend to get to the pitch, to get to the ball.
I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, whoever you may be, you are in the world watching this game, the tension, you can cut it with a knife at the ground. Both teams believe that we can win this. The game is in the balance now. Nigeria 30 for 4. It is any man's game. Oh, huge LBW appeal. Did get in a good stride. Umpire says not out. David.
That was a very close call. I think it's drifting away. I would like to see the batsman sweeping him, because the ball's drifting in. I think the sweep might be on, especially with no square leg field on the boundary. Might be a scoring option. Let's see though.
It goes for the cut. It was a bit loose. Huge mistake in error. It should be run out. Has been given. Huge mistake in error. There was no single on offer there. And now the key wicket. Abiabode has run out young Solomon, who was looking like $1 million. Great fielding by Uganda. Nigeria in all sorts of trouble. 30 for 5.
Mabatsmen wamekosana, calling mbaya sana. Solomon ambaye alikuwa anacheza vizuri ametoka, run out. Hiyo ndo wicket ilikuwa hawataki kabisa Nigeria. Batsman ambaye ni set ametoka run out hivyo. Call mbaya, mmoja ameita ndio, mmoja ameita no. Hapa tunaiona tena replay. Amepiga field, ka field vizuri, ka throw direct kwa kipa naye katoa faster. Ilikuwa out. Kajaribu kudive lakini hajaweza.
You have to feel for Solomon. Really sold down the river by his mate Abiabode. All sorts of pressure. Now you are truly into the lower order now for Nigeria. Coming in, Samuel Victor Oseri. Huge responsibility on the young man's shoulder now. And you can hear the shouts of pressure, pressure, pressure from the young Ugandan fielders. And this is true pressure. As I was saying, you could cut the tension with a knife. Game really in the balance. You must be honest at this point now. You might put your money slightly on Uganda, but it is still in the balance. With, of course, young Prosper Hussein is still in the hunt for the Nigerians, he's quite a danger man, even with the bat.
Ugandans now really starting to believe they can win it. We can see the body language. I think the momentum is really gone towards them. I think Solomon and Okeke, they were doing well. I think that kept Uganda kind of on the back, not on the back foot really, but that kept them concerned. But now I think they're really starting to believe. Balls are hitting the pads. But now with the end of the 12th over, Nigeria 30 for 5.
Joseph Baguma to continue from the road end. Ooh. What a shot of intent. Almost looked slightly premeditated by Abiabode on that occasion. Ooh. Oh, shot a minute from Abiabode.
I think he's trying to go on the offside and the ball is turning sharply. Might be a better option to just close the face of the bat.
He goes for another cover drive, but this one he does hit very, very well, makes good connection on it. Batter's come back for 2. You know, having run his partner out and cost the team a wicket, it seems like he's made the decision to just go on the offensive. Interesting ploy, and at times in low-scoring totals like this, it could pay off for the young man.
I think you have to just keep yourself measured, because you can't go for every ball. I think that one he got to the pitch of the ball, but then the ones before, the ball was turning and he was trying to still force it to the offside. It would have been better just closing the face of the bat, trying to play it towards the leg side.
Yeah, well said. He was trying to force the issue, wasn't he? Slightly on those first 2 deliveries. Balls were not there for a drive, but then that last one he got for 2, it was a genuine half volley, long half volley. And he managed to actually put it through the covers. Shorter from Joseph. Managed to get it through for 1. A huge shot of no this time.
Wouldn't want to lose another wicket by run out.
Yeah.
But it's good batting from Abiabode.
You know, if Nigeria do get through in this challenge, it will really, really bode well for their confidence. Like I said, having lost yesterday, they were down in confidence. And you can see the way they've started today as well, that there's it's a confidence issue as well. Some technical errors. But losing is also a habit as much as winning is a habit. 13 overs gone, Nigeria, 33 for the loss of 5. The left armer, Ali Baledawa, to continue. It's going to be interesting to see how Abiabode plays him. Chops one up. Batter's fighting for it. Fielders finally it is swallowed. And it's a thin line between confidence and arrogance. It seems that he's erring the other side to the latter. Bit of arrogance, think he can hit everything. He's paid the price after running his mate out. Putting the team under pressure. 33 for 6 now. Nigeria.
Abiabode alikuwa anajaribu sana kucheza shots, lakini amejaribu sana, yani overconfidence imemzidi. Alikuwa anadhani kila mpira anaweza kapiga. Fielder pia alikuwa amna calling, lakini moja amechukua catch nzuri. Sasa tunamwona Prosper Hussein akiingia. huyo ndio batsman anaweza akashift momentum kwenda kwa Nigerians. Wicket hiyo ndio atakuwa anataka sana Uganda. Uganda watakuwa wanatarajia wakipata wicket hii.
Really unhappy Nigerian contingent, as you can see in your screens. Musa, media personnel, really not happy with the performance of the side. Gifting wickets away. Prosper Hussaini, he's in at number 8. A lot now weighs on his shoulders. He's done it before for the Nigerians. Every eye back home will be watching the game glued into the screen, hoping their nation can pull through, both from Uganda all the way to West Africa.
With the power that Hussaini possesses, I think this is too short a boundary.
That's very true. He tends to play one way to the spinners as well. He looks to hit them. Edges one, gets off the mark immediately. Should come back for 2. And get back comfortably for 2.
Waits for the ball in his range, Hussaini, and once the ball's in his range, I think he goes for it. He goes and goes hard and goes big.
The key for him is to just wait for it to get in his arc, because yesterday he got in, popped the catch to long on immediately, was dropped, and he just kept going, and it only lasted 3 balls until he was stumped and walked past one. It's about that patience from his side. He's got the ability. Oh, lovely shot through covers. He's been dropped.
There was a half chance.
Yeah, huge opportunity. It was very difficult. It was connected. But Mirza Bey putting down Prosper Hussaini. I did get to him very comfortably. Want to take those at this level.
Yeah, we can see the intent though from Hussaini. He's looking to go for it. That was a half volley. I think Victor from the other end should just try and keep his wicket. Maybe rotate the strike, give it back to Hussaini, because Hussaini has to do most of the scoring, I think, from this point on.
Great fielding to keep down to nothing. Just a dot ball. Yeah, Samuel Victor is looking very good at this stage. Victor Samuel, rather. He's been measured in his approach. He's looking for anything to get away. But he's not reckless, which is what we saw from Abia Bode. After running his Solomon out, it might have just messed with his concentration. He was playing well before that, but just decided to chip one to cover point, and he was dismissed. 14 overs gone. Nigeria 36 for 6. Now you can say Uganda well on top at this stage. Their game to lose, really. Of course, you never discount Prosper Hussaini, who hits the long ball.
Hussaini has gone for it. Mid-wicket.
7 wickets down. Prosper Hussaini holds out, and Anas Beg makes up for his mistake, taking the catch. Nigeria have thrown this, in my opinion, I would say, because they're now 7 wickets down for only 36 runs. Prosper Hussaini with the catch. Joseph Baguma picking up his second. Really nothing short there from Prosper. Just tries to go for it. And then in the end, if you see the replay again, tossed up in the air, Prosper trying to go big, but doesn't have the the distance to go over Anas Beg. Anas making up for his mistake. He had dropped him earlier on, and this time taking a very good catch to dismiss Prosper. Nigeria lose their 7th, 36-7. Sometimes they say who knew, because you felt that 69 was not enough. But in the context of things right now, 69 seems like 300 runs for Uganda. They've done everything right they need to do. They picked up the wickets. Some of the catching hasn't been very good because they put down a couple of chances. But those that have been able to stick have been game changers. Double change here in the commentary. Ashfaq Imtas is back with me. Ashfaq, have you been impressed? Have you been entertained or impressed?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the energy shown by Uganda here. Chance of run out? No. Yeah, I've been enjoying the energy by Uganda. They've been really up since they got in the second innings. And Nigeria, they've collapsed badly. Yeah, I think this game is going Uganda's way.
Getting out of jail here, the Ugandans so far 38-7. They are batting today very woeful, but somehow they've been able to make up for things with the bowling. Height very, very clear from here, but the Ugandans will appeal for everything. Joshua Asia, a man who tormented them with the ball, now has to play his own stuff. And so far, the questions are being asked by Joseph Baguma. Someone making a comment that the Ugandan coaches have been standing throughout the whole second innings. They've also been baking themselves in the sun on the other side of the ground. Same thing with the team, other team management, team analysts, and the team manager have also been seated in the sun. More or less a punishment for them.
Huge appeal.
Again, nothing given there by Lauren Hackenberg. Joseph Baguma seemed very, very confident in that appeal, but nothing given by the umpire. 38-7 after 15 overs. Ali Balidawa will continue bowling his left arm off spin from the pavilion end. Low scoring game. Ashfaq, if it were you, how would you approach this game? Do you want to go bang bang quickly, or you try and consolidate, play a couple of solids and wait for bad balls?
I think this is a time of just keeping your wicket for like 3-4 overs, and then slowly you can try and rotate the strike, and bad balls will come, extras will come. I think you can chase it down.
I'll tell you, the required rate is even less than a run every over. So the two batters, Joshua Asia and Samuel Victor, have the luxury of blocking as many balls as possible without affecting the end of the end result. But I think it's the wickets that the Ugandans are interested in.
Yeah.
They've kept a very attacking field, so everyone is in attack mode.
Right now for Nigeria, it's just a matter of keeping their wickets, and they'll be good.
Yeah. I don't know how long these two can stay in, but if they've been able to clean up the top, sometimes it's very difficult for the other guys to try and make a charge for it. You can hear the Ugandans here, led by Uniso, be very, very loud. They're interested in the match now. They know there's something in it for them. Ali Balidawa is bowling not challenging enough. A lot of tossed up balls, full tosses. If Joshua Asia and Victor Samuel were brave enough, they could get a couple of runs. Tandia Abdulaziz is another bowling option, not yet introduced into the attack. The captain himself, Fahad Mutagana, can bowl a few offs. Just lands in front of Brian Asaba, but something came off there for him. End of the 16th over, 38-7. Second maiden over in a row. Partnership of dots so far, but not runs. Victor Samuel and Joshua Asia. Ooh, something came off there, but Brian Asaba was standing
Not
deep.
carried.
Yeah, I didn't carry for him. We are at the University of Dar es Salaam cricket ground. How much cricket is played here by the university students? Do you know, Ashfaq?
I don't think the university students play a lot.
Yeah.
It's just the local clubs. Every weekend there are games over here, and us also, our club, we come and play here. Like once in 3 weeks, maybe each club gets a chance to come and play in this ground. I play for Lions Cricket Club.
You play with your brother, Imtiaz?
Yeah, me, my brother, we all in Lions. There are also a few players in the Tanzania under-19 team who also play for Lions.
Are you the league champions, playing in Division 1, Division 2?
Yeah, we've got 3 teams, each playing in different divisions, A, B, and C. Actually, we have reached the quarterfinals in the Division B.
Chance for a catch, trying to go big. There's a man settling himself under the ball, and that's the captain, Fahad Mutagana. Takes the catch. The 8th wicket goes down for the Nigerians. Again, a rush to the head there from Joshua Asia. Gets the height, but no distance on that. I can tell you there's a Nigerian supporter very close to us, but I think he's about to run on with a cane and beat some of the batters, because every time someone gets out, he keeps shouting. I'm wondering what the problem is.
He looks furious.
He's very, very furious, for sure. Dot ball pressure getting to Joshua Asia, trying to do something, but he chose the wrong option completely. You can see that.
I don't think there's any need to go up in the air. You can just work it from down.
Yeah, you make a very good point, Ashfaq. And this time, there's no need for doing that.
There's no need.
Totally no need. And there's not so much even in the bowling. Ball was straight in the slot. Just come down, play it on the ground, and you will get rewards for it. But unfortunately, we are here in the comms box with you, Ashfaq. We are not the ones batting. And things just not... Maybe it's easy here and not a bit difficult. They are making the decisions. It's a bit difficult for the youngsters. 38-8 after 15 overs, the Nigerians. From here on, you feel like there's no comeback for them.
Yeah, now the game seems done and dusted. I think this is Uganda's game. Oh.
The man who terrorized the Ugandans with the ball, Emmanuel Udekwe, comes in to bat. And he realizes that everything is not very easy. Was easy with the ball, but now he has to do something with the bat. Picking a play of the match is going to be very difficult in this low-scoring thriller. I mean, Emmanuel bowled brilliantly. Brilliant spell, hostile spell of pace bowling. Musa Majid started off the Ugandans well. Joseph Baguma has also bowled decently. End of the 17th over, 38-8. Situation where the only song on your playlist at this time will be Jesus Take the Wheel, because now things not looking very good for the Kenyans, for the Nigerians. Have been very low scores on this ground. Yesterday only 73. Today Uganda getting only 70. Nigeria struggling at 38-8. It's not a runs for tournaments. A lot of people making excuses about the wickets, but the wickets look very brilliant for batting. I think it's just been a lot of batting deficiency from the batters.
Yeah, that's true. I think there have been many errors while batting, many mistakes.
Some unnecessary calls between the wickets, so you get run-outs.
Many mix-ups.
Teams score 200 and over on these grounds, right?
Yeah, they do. but there's not much 50 over cricket being played here. I think this is the first time there's a 50 over game in this ground.
Yeah.
We mostly use Gymkhana
Yeah.
for 50 overs. We've played a couple of 40 overs games here, but not 50.
You're a youngster yourself, and do you feel that because you play a lot of T20 cricket, making the adjustment to 50 over cricket becomes difficult?
Becomes difficult.
But then again, it would mean that you at least score 200 runs in 20 overs, but not 70.
Yeah, I think it's just the mindset, the difference in mindset.
Some of the bowling there from Ali Abalidawa has been pies, but because of the situation of the game, I think the tailenders cannot be able to capitalize on this. He has bowled consistently very short, hasn't asked a lot of questions from the batters. Full toss.
Oh man.
Bad
full
ball
toss.
gets a wicket.
Come on.
Now Nigeria are 9 wickets down. Yunus Obi takes the catch.
This is poor batting from Nigeria now. Many poor deliveries. Many bad deliveries. They're not punishing them, just giving them straight into the throat of the fielders. I'm not impressed by their batting.
Yeah, Ashfaq not impressed completely because that was a full toss. Should have been hit in the next town here, close to Dar es Salaam, but ends up finding the safe hands of Yunus Obi. The heart and faith of the Ugandans, the gods are with them. They have Nigeria 39 for 9. And they are only one ball away from picking up a victory from the jaws of defeat. Again, another poor delivery there. Full toss. Nice and tossed up there by Ali Balidawa. No connection at all there from Okeke. No, from Emmanuel Udekwe. And he loses his wicket. The catching, very good from the Ugandans. At least they've been able to take their chances. Can see Uganda. The problem with this victory for me, for the Ugandans, will be that only 31 runs required by the Nigerians to win. So it's not a big, they won't win by a big margin. That doesn't make a lot of movement on their net run rate.
Yeah, but
if they're trying to keep up with the Namibians.
Scoring such a low score and getting a victory is like, it's always good.
That's why I said Ashfaq, Uganda is going to snatch a win from the jaws of victory. Both sides have really been very poor with the bat today.
Very true. Oh, he slipped.
Batter slips.
Oh, he slipped. Oh, man.
My goodness.
Poor throw.
Oh,
He's gone. Oh.
it's all happening here at
All
the
happening.
Gymkhana.
Look at the celebrations from Uganda. Oh, man.
The celebrations from the Ugandans there, but everything happening on that ball. The batter and the 9 strikers lost his footing and slipped. The throw to the keeper just over his head, but Brian Asaba had the awareness to pick up the bad throw and take a shot at the stumps. The batter totally out of his ground. Very, very eventful match. At the end of it all, the Ugandans picking up the victory by 31 runs. A victory they will not be very proud of. You look at that again. The batter had the right to take that single.
He just slipped. He slipped down there.
He slipped down there.
There was a poor throw.
The keeper totally given up on it. He just didn't know that there was backup behind him. Brian Asaba with the awareness to pick up the bad throw and take a shot at the stumps. Direct hit and it's all over. The Ugandans pick up the victory by 31 runs. Nigeria bundled out for 39. Such a low-scoring game, but unfortunate. Fortunate for the Ugandans and unfortunate for the Nigerians. They end up on the right side. The Ugandans picking up the win by 31. You can see there the match highlights, how it started to unfold. Oh, pardon us here, the highlights unable to come through, but that has been it here from the University of Dar es Salaam ground. The Ugandans with the victory. The batting scorecard for the Nigerians. Only Okeke getting into double figures, 14 from 25. But other than that, he got totally no support from the rest of the team. And the difference in the game, I will tell you, is the extras, Uganda giving away only 6, Nigeria were guilty of bowling
Yeah.
25, and that has, at the end of the day, has come to be the difference between the two sides. The bowling scorecard for the Ugandans: 3 for 7 for Musa Majid, 3 for 23 for Joseph Baguma, Ali Balidawa 2 for 5. But fine performance from the Ugandans, who are able to pick up the victory by 31 runs. We'll take a very short break and come back with a post-match presentation. Welcome to the post-match presentation for our third game here at the University of Dar es Salaam ground. An exciting low thriller between Uganda and Nigeria. Uganda on the right end of the result, winning by 31 runs. Well done to you boys, and tough luck to the Nigerians. We'll speak to the losing captain first, Ridman Karim. Ridman, tough luck to you. You bowled so well in the beginning, restricted Uganda to a very low score. We thought you'd come out and be able to chase down the total. But first of all, in your first innings, what went well for you with the boys?
We noticed the ground is not coming up, so we just asked the bowler to bowl wicket to wicket line, and it worked for us.
Okay, all right. In the second innings, unfortunately, it didn't come together for you as well. Yesterday, you had a mini collapse with the batting. Is the padding a problem for you as a group?
Not actually. I felt the guys are under pressure. That's why.
Pressure, small total. You needed just about 1.5 runs from every over. Where was the pressure coming from?
Because we are losing back-to-back wickets.
Unfortunate for you, but how do you move on from here? You still have 3 games to go in the tournament. How do you move on?
We just look to win our games, win the rest. Yeah.
Hard luck to you and good luck in the rest of the tournament. We're now speaking to the winning captain, Fahad Mutagana from Team Uganda. Fahad, congratulations to you and the boys. You feel I must have said that you scored only 70 runs, 69 in the first innings, but we were able to get 10 wickets to give you the victory. So things of you snatched a win from the jaws of victory. What do you make of the performance of the team today?
Yeah, thank you everyone. So for the win today, well, the boys picked in because after the first inning when we were batting, we didn't do well. So when we went back to the dressing room, all our thoughts and our minds were to getting the win. So we gave out our best to get the win. Thank you.
All right, you decided to bat first, but that just never worked out. What was the problem?
Yeah, maybe our batsmen, the bowlers were bowling in good line, so we gave out also our wicket. But honestly, wanted to bat in.
All right, Fahad, well done to you and the boys, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
All right. To give out our player of match award will be the third umpire for the day, Mr. Rocky Dimelo from Kenya. The player of the match, very, very tight contest, considering that we had a low-scoring thriller, but definitely has to be a bowler. The first person, Joseph Baguma, picked 3 for 20. Good performance from him, but the player of the match is a man who set up the game for Team Uganda. Musa Majid got 3 wickets for 7 runs. Musa, well played, well bowled. You did very well with the ball. There were very few runs to bowl at for you as a bowling unit. But what was the plan for you as a bowling unit?
Before we entered the pitch, we had a meeting as the team. So we accepted those are the runs we put on the board. So all our target was to bowl on the slot.
Okay, very well done to you, Musa, and well played. Go and enjoy your victory with the rest of the boys. Good luck to you guys for the rest of the tournament. That concludes our post-match presentation here from the University of Dar es Salaam ground. My name is Dennis Musali.